Sim.
And my and this okay, this is on and here we but we are now on this. Okay, perfect.
So good morning, everyone. Hereby, I want to welcome all of you with Agenda Point 1, official opening of the council meeting. And we follow it with opening Agenda Point 2, the ESTIEM song. close agenda point 1, official opening of the council meeting, and agenda point 2, the ESTIEM song. And we move to number 3, quorum of the council and enlistment of the votes of proxies. And I hand over to our Vice President of Administration.
Okay. Hello everyone. So for the ones who are here for the first time with us, the quorum is a place where we check the attendance of the local groups. So I will call your local group name and you can show your presence by either saying your name or singing a song of your local group.
But before we go into that, I want to welcome also the people from the university here and Professor Umut Rifat Tuzkaya. Please come on stage and have a few words for the council as well, if you're here. After the quorum works as well.
Yes, okay. And also please, dear delegates, especially don't be late for general assemblies, because if you're not present on the quorum, you might lose your voting rights for the day. Okay, and I think we can start with local group Aachen. And now we will have local group Ankara Weekends. Thank you. And now local group Ankara Metro. Thank you. Local group Aware.
Good morning, everyone. Can I get the over?
Thank you. Local group Aveiro.
Averenos. Averenos. Averenos.
Thank you. You will also proxy for local group Coimbra. Okay, perfect. Local group Barcelona. Hello. Thank you for the efficiency. Okay. Local group Belgrade. Local group Belgrade is proxying for local group Skopje. Yes? Okay. Okay, let's continue with local group Berlin.
Wir sind der Sieger, wir sind der Sieger. Ja, das ist eine AG.
Thank you. Local group Braunschweig.
We say fucking, you say Braunschweig. Fucking,
Braunschweig!
fucking,
Braunschweig!
fucking,
Braunschweig!
Thank you. Local group Bremen. Thank you guys. Local group Brussels.
Qui ne saute pas n'est pas Bruxellois. Oh là là. qui ne se tait pas n'est pas poussé dans rien.
Thank you. Local group Bucharest. Thank you. Now local group Budapest.
I say Buddha, you say Pest. Buddha.
Pest!
Buddha.
Pest!
Buddha.
Thank you. Local group Budapest is proxying for local group Lausanne. Okay. Local group Calabria. Thank you. Local group Coimbra will be proxied by local group Aveiro. Local group Darmstadt. Thank you, guys. Local group Delft will be proxied by local group Brussels. Local group Dortmund.
Northwest, where the nearest best.
Thank you, guys. Local group Westen.
Licht am Fahrrad, Dynamo! Licht am Fahrrad, Dynamo!
Thank you. Local group Eindhoven. Thank you. Local group Famagusta.
Gusta, Fama, Gusta, Fama,
Thank you. Local group Gdansk. Yes. Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Gdansk is also proxying for local group Krakow. Okay. Local group Gothenburg.
Göteborg, Göteborg! Jaså! Göteborg, Jaså!
Thank you. Local group Graz.
Servus!
Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Grenoble.
Good morning, everyone. In Grenoble, it's party.
Thank you. Local group Groningen.
Good morning.
Groningen!
Local group Hamburg is excusing themselves. Local group Helsinki.
Otaniemi rantaan, siellä tekkari ei solussansa saa.
Thank you, guys. Local group Ilmenau.
Auf den Swing! Ilmenau!
Thank you. Local group Istanbul-Boğaziçi.
Our name is Rita.
Because we are Boğaziçi.
We're always
group Istanbul ITU. Thank you. Now, local group Istanbul-Yildiz.
One, two, three.
Thank you. Local group İzmir TU. Thank you. Local group İzmir Ekonomi. Thank you. Local group Kaiserslautern. Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Karlsruhe. Thank you guys. Local group Karlstadt. Good morning. Thank you. Local group Krakow will be proxied by local group Gdansk. Local group Kiev.
You say, we say Budmo, you say hey.
Thank you. Now local group Lamperante.
La la la la, peraranta. Siellä aina kunnon räkäkä käynnissä. La la la, peraranta. Siellä aina kunnon räkäkä käynnissä. Aina kunnon räkäkä käynnissä. Aina kunnon räkäkä käynnissä. Ja sieltä saa! Ja sieltä saa! Ja sieltä saa! Ja sieltä saa!
Thank you guys. Local group Lausanne will be proxied by local group Budapest. Local group Liège.
Present.
Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Linköping.
Linköping!
Thank you. Local group Lisbon will be proxied by local group Aveiro. Minho. Oh. Okay, perfect. Local group Lulea. Okay. Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Lund.
Present.
Thank you. Local group Lyon. Local group Madrid.
Today is Monday. Today is Monday. Monday is the finger day. Monday is the finger day. Are you happy? We are happy. I bet my ass you are.
Thank you. Local group Milan.
Milano. Oh. Milano. Oh.
Thank you. Local group Minho. Thank you. LG Minho will proxy for LG Lisbon. Okay. Local group Minsk.
Nice to meet you.
Nice. Thank you. Local group Moscow.
I say suka, you say black. Suka, black.
Thank you. Local group Munich.
I'm frozen, der Wirklichkeit.
Thank you. Local group Novi Sad. Oh. Thank you. Local group Olu will be proxied by local group Vasa. Local group Davor.
Olu is here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, local group Vasa will proxy for. Yes.
We proxy for what?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, local group Olu.
Oulun tuuta tehkani joukko, iltamme oppien. Täältä siitä herkkua piisaa, kaikkihan tietää sen.
Thank you. And you're proxying for Vasa. Okay. Local group Paderborn.
I say para, you say born. Para,
Born.
born, para,
Born.
Thank you. Local group Piraeus. Thank you guys. Local group Porto.
No Porto, no party. No Porto, no party. No Porto, no party.
Thank you. Local group Poznan excuses themselves. Local group St. Petersburg. Thank you. Local group Seville.
Sevilla ya está aquí con la copa en la mano. Viene después a morir, gracias por haber llegado.
Thank you. Local group Ziegen.
Einsam Siegel.
Thank you for the efficiency. Local group Skopje will be proxied by local group Belgrade. Local group Sofia.
Здравей, как си, приятелю?
Добре ли я караш?
Още ли вятъра гониш?
Към някой бряг кажи.
Налей ми чаша вино, приятелю. Заходи, дай нататък, слово забрави. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Local group Stockholm.
Jag vill dö med oven på begraven här på KTH. Jag vill dö med smäcken på porteriken blommar då.
Thank you. Local group Tallinn. Good morning. Thank you. Local group Tampere.
Poissa meistä, että täällä maisteltais noita juomia, vittu viinajuomia!
Thank you. Local group Targumures.
Place a place, Numa, Numa, Numa, Numa,
Thank you. Local group Trondheim. Thank you. Local group Vasa will be proxied by local group Oulu. Local group Vienna. Thank you. Local group Warsaw. Good morning. Thank you. Local group Iksanti. Thank you. Local group Zagreb. Hello. Thank you. Now we are continuing with our guest local groups. Local group Cartagena. Thank you. Local group Rijeka. Local group Rijeka. Okay. Local group Niš. Thank you. Now I proceed with externals. Best.
Nice to meet you all.
Hello. Thank you. Istek. Hello. Thank you. And VW.
Ist das nicht der VW?
Ja, das ist der VW.
Ist der nicht so blau wie nie?
Ja, der ist so blau wie nie.
VW!
Blau wie nie.
Thank you. And now, yes, I think. Thank you, everyone, for the names. We can proceed now with the next agenda point.
Thank you. And yeah, coming here together, all of you, is quite a special moment, and the organization behind it is incredibly challenging. All of this wouldn't be possible without the big support of the university here, which is, I'm very delightful and very thankful to also have here the vice rector of the university, Professor Umut Rifat Tuzgaya, to say a few words. Thank you so much.
I don't want to disturb you, actually. You are really funny and very good at everything. So I took some notes and I will make a very brief speech, and then you will continue to your work. I will start with saying, dear students, dear industrial engineer and manager candidates, and dear ESTIEM members, welcome to 111-year-old Yildiz Technical University. First, I want to say that. You are really in a really historical place, Davutpaşa campus. I hope you will enjoy it outside of your meeting, let's say. We are very happy to see you at our university, and also I want to say thank you to KVK Club, Quality and Productivity Club, to invite me to make this opening speech. Really thank you. Also, I'm an industrial engineer. I was a student in that university maybe 25 years ago. And I think the Quality and Productivity Club established at that years, maybe 25 years ago or around that. And I got a member of this club in those years, but now still I am a member. I think last week I updated my membership registration, so I'm still a member. Thank you. In those years, Quality and Productivity Club signed to many organizations, many activities, and one of the biggest one is this. I think the council meeting of the ESTIEM. I don't want to say about council ESTIEM, council meeting of the ESTIEM, because everybody knows all the details. There are many foreign students and also Turkish students. This picture is really very good for me. I hope you will make a good conversation. You are going to select new leaders, new managers, I think, and you are going to make some important decisions. It is important for you, and also it is important for us. We will try to give all the support you need. If you need, you can ask to us in those days. I hope everything will be good for you. And last sentence, maybe I hope you have an effective and productive event in those days. Thank you. I'm making many talkings to the teachers, to the professors, but talking in front of you at that microphone was really exciting for me. So again, thank you.
Thank you a lot. Thank you for the support and for your kind words. We close agenda point 3, quorum of the council and enlistment of the votes by proxy, and proceed now with agenda point 4, election of the chairperson of the General Assembly. For the background, the General Assembly only works with people that take a role, people that make sure everything goes smooth, and the chairperson is exactly for that there. And we as the board are very happy to propose Kagmin Le as the chairperson of the 65th council meeting.
Hello. Hello everybody. I see a lot of tired faces. I hope you had fun yesterday. Most of you probably don't know me. My name is Ming. I'm a quite old ESTIEMer, and I'm very happy that Giuseppe is here, so I'm not the oldest. I was part of the 28th board, already did chairman once in the online ESTIEM, so I hope that you will give me the chance to sit with these beautiful people on stage, so we can have a very smooth meeting. I think if you have any questions, you can ask them.
Yeah, we will do the question in a second, but before I ask, is there anyone else that wants to become the chairperson of the General Assembly? That's not the case, then we keep it like that for now. We will later vote on Ming being the chairperson here, but we proceed now with agenda point 5, election of the secretaries of the General Assembly. So the secretaries are here to take the minutes, to note everything down. It's a quite challenging job, but we are super happy that 3 very dedicated people are here today that wants to take the role. And I welcome on stage Luciana, Tina, and Mariana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariana. I'm the current local responsible of Local Group Aveiro. I'm also a team member of Grace Committee. This is going to be my first CM, and I'm going to put a lot of effort writing minutes. So please approve my application.
Hello, my name is Tina. I'm from Belgium, Zagreb. I'm the leader of Grants Committee and co-leader of CRC. And I was born to do this because I'm
Hello everyone, my name is Luciana. I'm from Local Group Aveiro. I'm the current Vicela. And this is my second CM. I was in Belgrade too. And I'm really excited to be here, and I will do my best.
Thank you so much. You will get the chance to ask a few questions in a second, so thanks already. We move on with agenda point 6, election of the voting committee of the General Assembly. And the voting committee here is responsible for ensuring that all the elections, all the votes that we do are done in the correct way, and they facilitate the process here a little bit. And we're happy to propose Joanna and Quorum, right? You got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jeroen. I'm the current local responsible of Eindhoven. So if you're not also heard that you got a message from me for an exchange. It's my second CM. Basically, I can count for the committee. You can also count on me.
Hi everyone, my name is Joanna. I'm from LXV Aveiro. This is my second CM. Last time I attended as a delegate. And yes, I know how to count, so I think you're safe with me.
Thank you so much. Then I will ask again, is anyone here in the council that wants to become a secretary or part of the voting committee? Okay, and then you will have the chance now to ask a few questions. I would ask all of you to come on stage in the middle, and now we have a few minutes. If you have questions to anyone, you can stand up and ask a question. Yeah, you can specify to whom you want the question to be. I don't see a lot. Paulina.
Hello. Should I introduce myself or not yet? Okay, my name is Paulina Petrova, local group Kiev. Question for voting committee. Of course, you mentioned that you can count, but can you please show us? 2, 3, please.
Okay, can I do it?
I'll do it. I'm in charge of counting, so sure. 1, 2, 3.
Then the next question to Sarah.
Okay. Serhat Gülgen Yatalerci, Ankara Bilkent. My question is to the candidate for chairperson. What's your favorite kind of chair?
My favorite what?
Kind of chair. Type of chair.
Type of chair? I like the one where you have like a comfort seat, you know. I don't like that my ass hurts.
Okay, thank you. Then Nicola, you're standing. Then next question is for you.
Okay, hello. Nicola, Philip, and Jibrim. My question is to Hak. What's your motivation for becoming a chairperson?
Let's say I didn't thought about making a promise to Kai when I was a bit too drunk, so. And I like to be at ESTIEM, so I wasn't here for quite a time, for 3 years I think I know. And it's actually quite nice to be back, even though the only difference is that I'm way older than I was 2 years back. Things just up again.
Don't worry.
Then the last 2 questions. Fernando first.
Yeah, I can go.
Fernando Telles, LG Brussels. So I'm actually asking real questions here. Are you intending to party, and if so, how will you manage to not get hangover?
To all of us, or to whom?
All of you.
I think I partied pretty well yesterday, so and I'm looking fine now.
I was a bit too delicate, so I have to get up anyways.
Okay. You had a question, right? Yeah. Sorry. I'll finish.
Like I mentioned, I was a delegate from Aveiro. We are on front row, so yes, I'm ready.
A lot of coffee and setting a lot of alarms in the morning.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't party.
We will do our best, working hard and play hard.
Okay, Chris, very fast, please.
Chris, local group Gdańsk.
applicants for the voting committee had a chance to show their counting skills. I would like to see the applicants for the secretaries to show off their spelling skills. So could you spell your names, please?
Luciana.
Yep. And our last question.
Mine.
Tinna. Mirina.
Minha.
Hey guys, good morning. My question to me, Nico, I'll just meet you. Is it true that you are the shortest esteemer ever?
No, that's Ines. That's Ines. That's Ines. Max just said size doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, then we have the question done. How we will proceed now is the voting. I want to ask you, the delegates here in the front, do you have your voting sheets if you're proxying with somebody? Do you have two? And yeah, first, was it a technical?
Yeah, because you weren't saying how to...
Yes, sorry, Helen, no time. You can ask Pigeon. Yeah, my view is a little bit limited, I'm sorry. Yeah, but we proceed now with the voting, so please make sure that you have voting sheets as the delegates. If you're proxying a local group, make sure that you have 2 times voting sheets. In case you're a guest of observer group, you are not supposed to have voting sheets. Is that all fine? Everyone's good? Seems good, yes, wonderful. So we start with the election of the chairperson, so in case you would like to vote on me positively to be the chairperson, please raise your green voting sheet now. Thank you. Who is against? Then the red one. Okay. Yep, thank you. Abstentions? Good. Then congratulations, Ming. And we proceed with the elections of the secretaries. So Luciana, Tina, and Mariana. Green voting sheets, please. Then who is against? Red voting sheets. Red. And abstentions?
Yellow.
Okay, then congratulations, we have our secretaries. And the voting committee. So we are voting on Joanna and Yorum. Green voting sheets, who's in favor? Then who is against? And abstentions? Thank you. Then we also have our voting committee. Congratulations, take your seats. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. I'm an IT consultant, by the way. Hello, everybody. So, thank you for electing us. So, we are closing agenda point 4, election of the chairman of the General Assembly, 5, election of the secretaries of the General Assembly, and agenda point 6, election of the voting committee of the General Assembly. And we are open, agenda point 7, words of welcome, and I would like to ask someone from the local group Yildiz to come on stage.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Hello guys, good morning. First of all, we will introduce ourselves a little bit. I am Özge from local group Istanbul-Yildiz, and it's my 3rd year in ESTIEM. Last year I was local responsible of LG Istanbul-Yildiz, and right now
as you know, I am the project leader of ESTIEM. Yeah, that's me. Hi guys, I'm Öykü. I'm also the project leader of Council Meeting Istanbul-Yildiz. And also I am the current regional coordinator of Mediterranean region. So guys, I would like to thank you, all of you, for your participation. I believe that actually you will gain lots of unforgettable memories here, so enjoy your time.
Hello everyone, my name is Melih. I'm our mother organization's board president. Thanks to you, thanks to the board, thanks to our project leader. I hope you will enjoy, you will have a nice week.
I have a bullshit question for all of you. If you attend ESTIEM Belgrade, probably you didn't see the both of us because in ESTIEM Belgrade we decided to apply the LXV council meeting. And all night activities, we were trying to prepare our application presentation. Because of that, we were always in hotel, and we are trying to prepare our presentation. But right now, I am super excited because we decided like exactly 2 or 3 days applying for ESTIEM, and we had just 6 months to organize this council meeting. I hope you will enjoy it. If you have some mistakes or, I don't know, organizational problems, please forgive us. That's As Özge said, we had just 6 months for organize everything, and it was actually a really big challenge for us. So I would like to thank to our local boards and organizations teams to help us, and who has a big motivation for the council meeting Istanbul-Yildiz. Thank you guys. If you want with us, we can't do that. So thank you again. Also, huge thanks to our board. They always help us, and especially for the ESTIEM. We love you. As an esteemer, probably it's our moment for aiming high. I feel right now I am an esteemer, like aiming high always. And if it's your first ESTIEM, but I don't know, maybe it's your first year in ESTIEM, please guys, always aim high. And please, right now, stand up, because, because now we are celebrating the ESTIEM spirit with our LG song.
Thank you, both of you. Hi, can you please come on stage for your words of wisdom?
So this will be the last speech today, don't worry, it won't take that much. But I also want to say a few words, and it is truly amazing to see again so many people all here being together. In this room we have people from 26 different countries, and seeing this really reminds me of what ESTIEM really is about, coming together, building connections, and connecting students from all over the continent. For many of you, it might be the first council meeting. For some of you, it's maybe even the very first event. Maybe raise your hand if it's the first ESTIEM event for you. Welcome. And yeah, for some of you, it's also the first time in Turkey or in the beautiful city here in Istanbul. Yeah. You will get to know in the upcoming days like a lot of like-minded people that could bring you some new aspects. You will learn fresh insights about our organization and how we work, and maybe you also get to know a new city. Our organization generally is a network from students by students, and you are here to shape the future of it. You are here with a task. The task is to present your local group, to think about what is best for you and for your local organization, and you are the voice of it. But your biggest responsibility, enjoy it. Make connections and have a great time here. Organizing a council meeting is a very big challenge. Our network really lives from students that are willing to voluntarily take big challenges. And our dear project leaders, the entire local group here, the university, the mother organization, the Quality and Productivity Club. In the name of ESTIEM, thank you so much for taking this challenge. Thank you for organizing this. You are true heroes here. Thank you. Next to all the enthusiasm, however, there's one thing that we should keep in mind. Initially, we were not supposed to gather here. We are not supposed to gather here in Istanbul. We would be in a city that is approximately 1,000 kilometers away from here, of pretty similar beauty. The 65th council meeting was supposed to be organized by local group Kiev. And that we can be here all together in peace and happiness is a privilege that not every ESTIEMer has, and also not everyone in the world. We should be thankful for that. My grandpa is a quite philosophical person, a quite cheesy person, so I excuse now already. But recently he asked me what ESTIEM is about, and after I tried to explain him to what it is, he answered the following. As a war child, I had ruled out having the experience of war in Europe again. What is happening at the moment is totally depressing for me, coupled with the helplessness that old age brings. When I now find out that there's an organization like ESTIEM with the values and goals you described, and young people who are so committed, then I say to myself, Europe and this globe are not yet lost. Hope can breathe, and I can live and die better. Seeing us here today would leave him smiling. Enjoy the 65th council meeting. Thanks for coming and have a great time.
Thank you, Kai. I close agenda point 7, words of welcome, and I open agenda point 8, introduction of the council meeting, and it's me presenting. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. So for quite a few of you, it's the first council meeting, so we actually thought about presenting you a bit what is your responsibility, what you should pay attention to, so you actually know what to expect from this event, and we don't do anything what would be hindering the whole council meeting and the process of voting, everything, etc. Okay? First of all, we're talking a bit about what is the General Assembly, what you do in the GA, and then a small code of behavior for the next days. So let's start. So first of all, what is the General Assembly? We should start first with the council. This is you guys sitting all here in front of me. We are approximately 220 ESTIEMers, if I'm correct. And you, especially the delegates here in the front rows, will vote on important matters like who will organize the council meeting next year, or like a new leadership position, and especially you're also the voice of your local group. Yeah? So it's very important that you represent what your local group thinks about certain matters, so basically really use your chance here to be involved in discussions, etc. Then we have the board, this beautiful 6 people. So they are at the moment the most active ESTIEMers. So it would be sad if they're not, but they are actually dedicating their whole time for having a great time here, but also that ESTIEM runs smoothly as organizations. So please listen to these guys, even though Max might like to party hard, so sometimes it's hard to listen to him, but please listen to him. And it's basically the strategic entity of us. Then we have the secretaries here, these 3 beautiful ladies. They are taking the minutes, so we will ask you quite a lot of times probably that you need to state your local group and your name when you're asking the questions. So please be always aware of it, because they are documenting what's happening here, so we know in the future also what was discussed here and what was the outcome. Then me, I'm leading the General Assembly, so I'm making sure that the discussion is going smoothly on time, etc. And I would like also to ask you that you listen to me. I'm quite a nice person most of the time, so I would be happy about that. So the GA consists of 4 days. We have like approximately like slots of 2 hours of General Assembly, what we have here. We have some working groups, but we will come to the details what that is, like when it's time for them. Okay. So today we have some city tours. The organizers organize something for you. So please make sure that we, even if we have breaks and stuff like that, that you will be back on time. Every minute we are late is also influences like your, let's say, more fun activities than sitting here in GA. So please be aware that if we say 5 minutes break, it's 5 minutes. I'm German and Asian. We are very, very strict with this kind of things. So, and for the people who cannot join, we have a live stream on the ESTIEM's YouTube channel. So for the people who want to follow the GA, you can just text them. I think Jan, I'm not sure where Jan is, will also share probably the link, so you can share quite easily in your local group if they want to follow and cannot attending. Okay, so we usually just show these 5 rules. I think they are quite common for us to follow. So first of all, please use common sense and be respectful to each other. I know sometimes it's a bit hard. We are from a lot of different cultures, and cultures are different, but please try to use common sense and to be sensitive about how things might work, especially also because we are, for example, not allowed to drink inside here. So please also respect these rules. So we don't want to see that anyone drinks alcohol, for example. Okay. Don't be afraid to ask questions. So really, there's no stupid questions. There's just stupid answers. So please feel free. If you have a question, you don't understand anything, please feel free to ask. We will try to clarify it, and not just during GA, but also try to get in contact with the people here outside at the parties and ask questions if you didn't understand anything. You want clarification. There are a lot of active esteemers here who have more 10+ events, so they know their shit. Don't fall asleep and pay attention. I know it's a bit tough, but I can promise you, if we manage to stay on stage awake, I think you can also manage. So I know it's quite tough, and we will also walk around to pay attention that we help you to stay awake. Okay? Please speak in English. I know we have a lot of, I think, non-native English speakers, but please speak in English so everyone can follow what you're discussing about. No one feels included, very importantly. And last but not least, be on time, and I mean German time. Yeah. So if we say 15 minutes, it's 15 minutes and not 15 minutes plus 3. Okay. And this is clear. So what are your rights from the GA, especially? So what you can do as member of your local group, you can raise a motion at any time. What a motion is, we will come to in the next slide. You can raise amendments to motions. Amendments are just changes of the wording, etc. And ask questions during the questions time. We have after every presentation, we have like a certain amount of question time, and how you can ask questions, we will clarify it later. Then very important for the delegates, you are the person who needs to vote for your local group, and so please make sure when we come to the voting session that you also cast your votes. And what is also important, if someone of you, especially the delegates, especially if we have open votes, if one local group doesn't feel comfortable with having an open vote, you can always request a blind vote, okay? So then we will vote on the online tool we have, but if, for example, if you would have not feel comfortable to vote openly on secretaries or me, you could have requested a blind vote. Okay, for every delegate or who's the first CM, let's go a bit. Let's jump right a bit. So what is a motion? So some people might not know what the concept of a motion is. So it's very important that anyone who's a member of a local group in ESTIEM can raise during the GA a motion. A motion is like a request or proposal from your side that ESTIEM or one of ESTIEM entities, which includes the board, for example, or like any committee, should take certain action. For example, we could, for example, propose that the board needs to come up with a new strategy, just an example, okay? As I said, any one of you can raise a motion as long as you are a member of like your local association. You can raise motion at any time you want, but we would like to ask you if it's possible to come beforehand to us so we can arrange like the schedule. But if it's not in the other way possible because it's just at the moment the topic and you want to raise it at the moment, it's fine. Just to make sure that you have a phrasing ready, or at least that you give us the phrasing afterwards so we can document it properly in the minutes. Then there's a special kind of motion. This is the motion of order. So if you're not agreeing that I don't give enough question time, for example, you can always raise the motion of order, and then we vote upon, for example, if you should give more question time, or if you should move a certain agenda point, for example. Yeah. So especially during question times, I know there will some topics will come up where the question time might not be satisfying for you guys. So in that point, you can raise a motion of order, for example, and ask, and then you vote upon if you just give more question time for a certain topic. Okay? Exactly. Okay. Then how to ask questions? We are using in the DA usually the 3 finger rules. So the higher the number of fingers you show, the higher is your priority for the questions. So next to showing us what kind of questions we have, we also would like to ask you how we did it in the first sessions already, that you stand up before asking a question so we can just see who wants to ask a question. So there are 3 types of fingers. One is like 1 finger basically. This is just asking a new question. So if you just have a question, just usually it's 1. And very importantly, you cannot start a question session with anything else except of 1, maybe a 3 if you have a technical question. Then you have 2 fingers. 2 fingers is if you have like a remark which is directly related to the answer or to a question someone asked, and might be helpful for the council or for the other people to know. Very important, 2s are not follow-up questions. Yeah? If you have a follow-up question, it's a 1, so you need to wait until it's your turn. So please don't misuse, we see it quite often, don't misuse the 2s so you're getting a higher priority in the questions just to ask a follow-up question. We will stop this kind of things, okay? And then the 3rd type is 3 fingers. If you have a technical question, the room is too cold for you, for example, or if you can turn the light on and stuff like this. So if anything what is not related to like the discussion, but might be important for you, like, I don't know, that you're cold or I don't talk properly in the microphone, this kind of things, okay? Then last but not least, as I said, we will not have always enough question time. So Jan is in the back there. Can you stand up, Jan? So everyone knows. He's our live stream responsible. He will also share the YouTube channel, and then we have a tool which is called Pigeon Hole. So in case for the people who cannot attend the council meeting, they can join this link. Jan already posted it, or someone posted it already in the CM announcement Telegram group. So if there's not enough time for asking questions, just put your questions on Pigeon Hole.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Pigeon Hole.
Pigeon Hole.
Very important, always state your name and your local group, okay? We will not answer questions which are put in there anonymously, so please always state your name and local group, and also to who the question is addressed to, yeah? So this is a possibility, if you don't have enough question time, that you can use it. And for everyone who's presenting, very important, please check in the breaks or after every GA if they have questions for you, so people get their answers, okay? For everyone who's presenting during this GA, so very important. Okay. Yeah, and inappropriate questions will be removed. I think that's common sense. So, some other important things. Feel free to discuss all the topics we have here, but please don't try to influence the voting of another local groups. The local groups should decide on their own, but feel free to really discuss the topics, what they think about it, but really don't try to, they should vote like this or this. You and your local group should decide on your own what you want to vote upon. Very important, especially every morning for the delegates, please don't miss the quorum, because if you miss the quorum and you are not there for like the attendance, you are not allowed to vote on this day. And there's also no other possibility that you can get in later, so if you come later and then get registered, that's not possible. If you want to vote, you need to be there in the morning on time, and if your local group is like, if a scene is calling the local group, you need to be there. If you're not there, you cannot vote for this day. Yeah, very important. So make sure in the morning that you are on time and you're sitting here in your seats. Then thirdly, I know we love to steal name tags, but this event is a bit special with name tags. So we would like to ask you, if you find name tags, please give it to the person back, because we need the name tags actually to access the evening activities. So yeah, so please make sure try not to steal name tags so people cannot access to where we want to party and everything. Nonetheless, you're still allowed to steal flags. I heard from Munich that they only stole 2. So if you have flags, either bring it back to the local group, tell us they get a punishment, or bring it to us and then we can give it to them for punishment later on. Yeah, we do it later, David. And last but not least, please don't tell the board that they look tired. I think they know. Just look at the pictures. So please be aware. I know they have a lot of stuff to do. So just, they know that they're tired. Please don't tell them that they're tired. They have a lot of tension also, I think. So let's try to make it easy for them, okay? So any questions? Nicola?
Nicola Philip, LG Bream, hello again. Just one quick question about the name tags. The way we did it the last 2 CMs is that when you find a name tag or something, you can take a photo so the person still gets a punishment, but then you give it back.
It's fine.
So just a remark.
Feel free. Feel free. It's fine. It's fine. Feel free. Yeah, it's fine.
Just wanted to tell the delegates to do that.
Yeah. Any other question? Okay. If not, then I'm leaving. So I'm closing agenda point 8, introduction to council meeting. Now I reopen agenda point 8, introduction to council meeting, ask Kai on stage.
So, council meeting always starts with one thing, change of agenda points, and here we are again. Yeah. So this is the so announced motion of order now. I raise a motion of honor, a motion of order to change the agenda. The background for that more or less is, thank you, Min, that we need to send you the agenda 28 days before the start of the council meeting. And in this 1 month, a lot of stuff can happen. New things can come up, logistical constraints change, that we need to finish earlier a day, for example. The presenters might announce that they are not available, that also can happen, and presentations get cancelled. So all of that changes the flow of the agenda, but we still want to make sure that we are basically smooth, that we have reasonable time in the days, that we have lunch to an acceptable lunchtime, for example, and we want to also make sure that we have the time to discuss the more important topics. So it's all for the smooth flow, basically. The changes in detail you can find in your CM booklet that was sent to you by email around about a week ago, I think. But I will sum it up here again. Basically what we propose to change, that the agenda points about the discharge of the 32nd board move from the 2nd to the 1st day, that the agenda points about local groups move from the 1st day to the 2nd day, and that the agenda point board goals and ESTIEM strategy moves from the 2nd to the 3rd day. Lastly, agenda point applications moves from the 4th to the 3rd day. So those are the main changes. This is what you see in your CM booklet, because now you probably can't read a single thing. But you got basically the hang of it, what mainly changes. What we will vote upon now is basically this. This is the new proposed agenda. So this is our proposal. So the motion of order is, if accepted, this will be the agenda for this council meeting. Any questions?
Hello, Nicolina from LXV. I was wondering, how many times are you planning to change the agenda? Are you planning to beat Dasha's skills?
Dasha set the high bar, but I aim for more than 3.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, then we can proceed with the voting.
Can the voting committee come up? So we will have an open voting on the motion of order from Kai. So as usual, green is yes, yellow is abstain, and red is like against it. So if you're for the motion of order, can you please raise your green sheets? Thank you. Who is against the motion of order? And I think you can lower your green sheet. Any abstentions? Okay, so technically, yeah.
Joanna Vaz, local group Lisbon. Shouldn't everyone vote at the same time to ensure that no local group votes twice? Can the voting committee ensure that no one is voting twice like this?
Okay, fair point. Yeah, fair point. Okay, can you just raise your sheets if you're for or against again? Like everything together? What do you say?
I think it's safe to say that the GA approves the motion of order.
Thank you, voting committee. So the motion of order was accepted. The voting committee, you can take your seats again. And we are closing agenda point 8, introduction to council meeting. And we are open agenda point 9, the ESTIEM framework. And I'd like to ask Petra on stage.
Hello. I hope you're all awake because the presentation is nice. Okay, so ESTIEM. What is ESTIEM? European Students of Industrial Engineering and Management. I hope you all knew this because we are a network that aims to connect and support the growth and sustainability of European associations, meaning our local groups of IM students, to foster relations and develop their IM students, all of us here today, personally and professionally. So we have a vision, and our vision is to connect IM students with an IM Europe. This means to connect you, all of us, as teamers, with institutions of industrial engineering and management, professors who teach IM, companies who recruit IM students, and so on. So we also have our 4 core values. First one, embracing diversity. We are an association with 26 European countries. It is very important that we embrace diversity and our culture. Then striving for development. Of course, we are students and every day we learn more, so it is important that we encourage ourselves to learn more and don't be afraid to do so. Then, of course, encouraging participation. As Min also said, don't be afraid to ask questions, don't be afraid to question everything or to participate and all this stuff. And last but not least, aiming high. Yes, you're here as your representatives of your local group, and every day in ESTIEM we're aiming high by challenging ourselves to take one step forward. So about the structure of ESTIEM, this may seem a bit, I don't know, either complicated or not, but as I said before, we aim to connect our students with an IM Europe. So how do we do this? We have the overpass of the board and the entities below them, which actually support this transition and this connection of the local groups and our members with our stakeholders, as I said before, professors, universities, and so on. And we do this with 77 local groups. Yes, we're a big network. So let's see our regions. So we have 77 local groups, but we are distributed in 7 regions to be able to monitor our local groups better and support them in a better way. Then we have committees. Committees exist to support the work of the board, and yes, they actually exist to make our life easier. Thank you. Then we have the task groups. They're very similar to committees, but they have a very specific task, and they usually exist for a specific amount of time. And of course, we also have departments. Departments are our offerings. We have 4 main departments, so 4 main areas of development. The academic development, then we have the academic development, which aims to support and complement our education, career development, that gives us insights about the career world, entrepreneurship, how, and yeah, like career insights about everyday lives in career. Intercultural development, because we're a very big association with different countries, so it's really nice to understand each other and to understand our differences regarding culture, but also to learn how to embrace them.
And last but not least, personal development, where where we develop ourselves, learn more about ourselves, and we also learn about soft skills. So that was it very briefly. I hope it was nice, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Petra. There's no question time to consider. There's no question time to consider. Yeah, Petra, please stand there. Okay, I close agenda point 9, the ESTIEM framework, and I open agenda point 10, ESTIEM board, and I'd like to ask the board on stage.
So, hello Council, the ESTIEM board presentation. Thank you.
So we wanna present ourselves to you guys, so you know a little bit more about who we are. The first person I would like to present is someone who, when he was asked the first time, would you ever apply for the board? He said, hell no. And now he's our president, Kai Heine, who also fell into the river while he was sleeping during the summer. As a president, he coordinates us, the 5 of us, what we do also, and also he communicates the decisions by the board and the General Assembly in a short way.
Yeah. That's me. Yeah, for the next person I would like to ask a question. What does pineapple on pizza and the next boardie have in common? They're both Essen. So Essen is our Vice President of Administration. Yeah, she takes care of all the dirty stuff, you could say. Our dirty IT infrastructure. If the portal is broken, people write her all the time. Please don't, we have an email address for that, help.it@esteem.org. Fun fact about Essen, she has 436 messages, at least when I looked at her phone yesterday, which is crazy. So if you want something, she will still reply, but keep that in mind. Yeah, Essen takes care of the entire organization of the council meeting as well from the board side, so she's the one that is probably the most stressed today. But yeah, we are extremely happy that she's here, otherwise we would be very lost.
Now, thank you. As the next person, we can press, and I think we have our money man next. He is our VP of Finance, and if he's not working on the budgets, you can probably find him learning random Turkish words on Duolingo or practicing how to do a backflip. It's 45% now, I think, but it improves every event, so you can approach him in night activities and he will demonstrate it to you. He, like as the VP of Finance, next is the person who is responsible for all of our bookkeeping, all the central accounts, and yeah, he's also working with our corporate and university partners to fundraise and yeah, ensure that we also have sustainable finances in ESTIEM shortly.
Then of course we have Francisca, our lovely VP of Education. We always have like an inside joke that the VP of Finance thinks that education is not really that important, but I think Francisca actually showed me the importance of education in STEAM. The development of IEM, she goes to a lot of conferences, focuses on research, so she does a lot of very interesting stuff in the field of engineering and management. Also, another fun fact is that she can basically sleep everywhere. I wish I had that superpower, but unfortunately not. But yeah, that's basically Francisca. So yeah.
And next we have someone that does kickboxing, so be careful with her. It's Petra! Petra did her first event in Porto, so it's always a good start. And she's from local group Santi in Greece. And she's our Vice President of Public Relations, which means she's basically responsible for everything that is related with promotion in our social media, but also sometimes some documents that you receive, everything. She has a lot of entities supporting her with that job, of course, Public Relations Committee, the ESTIEM magazine, podcast. You will hear more about them during this council meeting. And she's also responsible to maintain our public image, so she will notice if you are not using the new ESTIEM logo, and keeping up with the cooperation with our partners.
And of course, last but not least, we have Sarah. So if you will see Sarah on her phone, she probably will be playing games, because she has games on her phone. And yeah, she's very obsessed with Candy Crush, but also Duolingo. She's learning Spanish. But she's a vice president of activities, and her responsibilities are like keeping an eye on her activities, managing our event portfolio, but is also responsible for intercultural and personal development department. She also makes sure that our events are the best quality with event quality committee and a lot of event stuff, the nice stuff.
So the aim of this presentation is also to give you a little bit of an overview about what we did so far, what were our main key points that we focused on, and how we kind of plan our year a little bit. It looks more or less like that. We started with our elections in May in CM Belgrade. Our finance person looks very beautiful here, by the way. The journey continued a little bit. We went to handover board meeting to Istanbul, so now it's a welcome back for us here. Followed after is the board meeting one, our first board meeting that we conducted in Berlin and my little hometown of Blickede. You should definitely Google it, amazing city with 500 people. So the first start before the mandate more or less is handover and onboarding. It's getting to know us, how we want to work together, making basically sure that we have a plan, how we want to structure our year. Thank you. There it is. The red line is the official mandate start, which is the 1st of August for us. And the main thing in the beginning was really onboarding our new generation of leaders, the people that work and lead our international teams, people that we really closely work with. So we focused a little bit on the progress here, on the process, how we want to do it, and also on the onboarding. We came up with a new event concept, more or less, Leaders Forum, that happened in Bucharest in October. And the journey continued with another board meeting right after in Targu Mureș, very lovely. We were invited there for family lunch, it was amazing. Basically now we are here, so we can say, well, we had our onboarding phase, our getting to know how we want to work together, then we focused a lot on definition of our board goals, how we want to plan the year, what we want to achieve together, and what you can expect basically until the next council meeting is the implementation and execution of our plan while working on the ongoing topics. So we want to focus now on the key points, basically, that we more or less focused on, starting with the leadership application process.
Yes, so for those of you who don't know, there are different types of leaders in ESTIEM, but committee leaders, ambassadors, regional coordinators and department coordinators are the types of leaders that are usually appointed by the board in the summer. And this year we decided to revise a bit this process because we found some improvement opportunities. Yes. So the first one was fairness. We felt that because the board always knows some people, some applicants, and doesn't know some other applicants, the process sometimes could be a bit unfair. So this time, especially when we have more than one candidate or when we weren't unsure about the application, we had a call with that person to get to know the person better and their goals better, and we think it worked very well. And there was also some unclarity on the process and how everything works. So instead of just sending an email as it was usually done, we created a WordPress page. Regarding transparency, there was always the point that some positions were not fulfilled by any applicant because people didn't apply for them, but only some people knew who those positions were. So for this year, we implemented a second round of applications where we opened cold the positions that didn't have any applicants in the first round. And there was also a question of impersonality, because there are a lot of leaders and it's always very hard to manage everything very personally, but this time we tried to call or text everyone before they received the official email that their application was accepted or rejected. And also in that email we tried to always include something a bit more personal on some highlights of why your application was very good, or also why it was not accepted, if that was the case. You can also read more about it and our reflection on how everything worked on ESTIEM. We also received some feedback from our applicants, so I think it's a really nice ESTIEM post by Kai. We also had Leaders Forum, as you could see in our timeline. This event was a discussion-based event where leaders and the boards gathered together. There were some discussions facilitated by the leaders on topics that they could propose, mostly related with their entities, of course, and also some topics that were facilitated by the board. The events, leaders events happen usually before CM. The most common is leaders workshop. We kind of tried to put this event a bit earlier in our mandate so we could take that input and still change some things before CM, and also try to give the opportunity of leaders to discuss what they wanted a bit earlier in their mandate. We think it went very well, even though, of course, there are always some disadvantages because we ended up not having leaders workshop, but we had, I think, an amazing leaders gathering before CM. And you can also read more about it in ESTIEM in an amazing post that I did. Okay. Like and subscribe.
Oh, yeah. I don't know Turkish, that's the problem, so Esin, can you help me? Or Max, you know Turkish, right? Evet. So here, the amazing ESTIEM post by Franziska. For the next topic, the impact of the war against Ukraine on ESTIEM, a quite sensitive topic. For us, it was clear that we also, as a board, need to take action there and firstly get in contact with all the local groups that are directly affected by the war, because for us it was a matter of importance to find out how do they see the situation, what is the effect that the war has on them as a local group, how can we support them, how can we ensure that we have a continuous peaceful coexistence in our network, and what's even our position as a board, how to deal with the topic in the first place. So those were the main questions that we asked ourselves, and we spent quite some time communicating with the affected local groups, so we had multiple calls with them, we had a session dedicated to it in Leaders Forum, and exchange with our partner organizations about that topic, like BEST. And of course, that led also into some kind of actions that we want to kind of implement that support peaceful coexistence in our events. And you can find more information in a presentation that will be done tomorrow.
Then we also wanted to increase the involvement and participation for all the STEAMers, that it's just not the 6 of us deciding on things. So we have every first Tuesday of the month, we have board office hours at 6 Central European time. So you're very welcome to join there. There's a Zoom link on Helium and probably posted on Instagram too. And you can come there if you have any ideas, any questions, or if you want to just chat with us. Then we have open meetings. We have done 2 open meetings about event application process and regional distribution, and we plan on continuing to do them. They have been posted on Helium about the dates that were coming up. And then we have also encouraged our leaders and also wrote ourselves on Helium about what is going on in the network. And for those of you who are not aware, during the previous council meeting, there was a motion raised about the redistribution of the regions, and actually for us, the board, to investigate how differently the regions could be distributed, the local groups in the regions, so that we could have bigger intercultural exchange. So what we have done so far is that we did like background research about what was done in the past, and also like to see which direction would be nice to take, what did work and what not maybe, but also we had an open meeting, as Sarah also mentioned, and we got input from people just outside of us. It was very, very helpful and insightful, and we will see a presentation about this tomorrow.
Yeah, another maybe a bit sensitive topic, but also a very important topic is providing a safe environment in ESTIEM. Yeah, sexual harassment is a problem, a worldwide problem, but also in ESTIEM, unfortunately. And we will try anything in our power to do to make it as safe as possible. And first, CERT, so the Social Environmental Responsibility Committee, will start a research project. Of course, we'll have a presentation about the CM, so this will be later this day. There's also will be a forum, or we created a forum on reporting such cases. We will talk more about it later. And we're working on a code of conduct about sexual harassment, and later we will try to broaden it a bit more to cover more topics as well.
Okay, as Kai already mentioned in the beginning of the year, we wanted to see how we want to plan it, what we want to achieve when we end our mandates, and for that we also dedicated a lot of our times for the board goals and the strategy. And for board goals, we started with first analyzing the current needs of our network, and then we had multiple evaluations about it, and we thought about how we can divide it into different areas and what objectives can we define. And yeah, finally, also we defined our board goals. We will have a more detailed presentation following in the next week for it, but also there's already an Helium post about it if you already want to check it before the presentation. And for the strategy, we have a long-term strategy in ESTIEM that was voted upon in spring 2021, that was introduced by the 31st board, and now we are in the 2nd year of the implementation, and for that we also took some actions together with our leaders on how we can achieve those also objectives and take some steps towards all the areas. And again, a more detailed presentation will be also in the upcoming days for it, and there is an email post, so you can also read it. And yeah, this was more a brief, I think, introductory presentation, and yeah, you will have some more information about things in the upcoming days, but thank you for listening to us.
Can the board go a bit to the right so I can see the people? So, bridge. I have bridge. So we have time for questions. Does anyone want to ask the board a question? We will prioritize delegates, and then the delegate here.
My question is, Beyza Avaloğlu, Local Group Istanbul Boğaziçi. My question is to the VP of PR. Why does the flag here have the old ESTIEM logo? And when are you planning to change it?
So, this one was printed so many years ago. I was probably not even born back then. So it's a tradition that the flag passes from VP of PR to VP of PR, but actually I'm planning on changing it. That's it.
In the back.
Okay. Serhat Gülgen Yatalı, LG Ankara Bilkent. I have a yes or no question for each board member. If I recall correctly, in Belgrade, all of you said you would take a gap year if you were elected for the board. I'm curious how many of you actually took a gap year.
I can start. I'm not going to the university.
Can you repeat your name and local group, please?
Yes, Serhat Gülgen Yatalı, LG Ankara Bilkent. Esin or Tina, maybe she knows, they can help with the surname.
Serhat. Okay, we take the delegate and then Helen. Sorry.
Yes,
Tough night.
I'm not going to the university.
I'm enrolled, but if I don't pass, I don't pass.
Yeah, I'm also still enrolled in the university, and I have some courses, but of course, like it's not possible to attend every class.
I froze my studies.
I have courses, but yeah, I have an exam tomorrow, which I cannot make, so I'm also failing it, kinda.
Yeah, I haven't seen the university for a long time, so yeah, gap year.
Okay, thank you guys. The delegate here.
Hello, my name is Maria. I'm from local group Kyiv, and I have a question for the Vice President of PR. Could you please tell, is there any information on the ESTIEM region map, whether it will be updated, and maybe you have some dates when it will be updated?
Yes, actually, thank you for your question. It is something that I want to do, and actually I will do after CM, the regional map will be updated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the delegate from, I think it's, not sure which, Helsinki. You need to wait a bit. It needs some time to turn on. You push it up. Wait until it's green. Can you give the other microphone?
Okay. Hi. So my name is Petteri Raita. I'm from the local group Helsinki. Is the microphone sounding good? Great. So I have a question for the VP of Education, and I would like to know how is the future of ESTIEM education looking like?
It looks very bright, and we will have an education afternoon today.
Okay, Helene in the back.
Hello, yes. Helin Ergezer from Local Group Hizmet Economy. So my question to all of the board is, what was your best memory in the board so far?
Thank you. I think welcoming my co-boardies in my hometown.
I only have good memory, so it's quite difficult. I don't know, I love the board meetings. I don't know, I think it was also in Blackhead at Kai's place. We were just chilling, asking some personal questions, getting close together, and doing like a hugging round, and it was very nice. So I guess that was it.
Yes, you stole a good moment.
I was also going to say the same moment as Max, and then we did a group hug, and every time we do a group hug, I'm like almost about to cry because we got so, it's weird how close you can get when you talk with these people like every day, but yeah, it's really nice just to be together. Okay, I will say the opening of this council meeting.
Petra just stole my answer. But yeah, I think for me, it was also like at the end of board meeting 1, we had like great bonding moments. But also I think like the beginning of this council meeting will be very special for us, our first CM. So yeah.
Okay, Boris, you had a 2. What was it?
I can also say.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to choose a specific moment, but I would say in general board meeting 1 because it was the first time that we were like all together alone and we bonded a lot.
Okay, Boris, wer hat der Tool? Is it like a real tool or is it a question?
Hello, I'm Boris, local group Sofia. I have a question for the board regarding to the regional redistribution. We will consider the way we approach new local groups when redistributing the region, if so.
Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
Yeah, will you like take in mind approaching potential new local groups if we redistribute the regions? So, for example, if you have a new local group that's in a new country, how would that affect the region distribution?
Okay, so currently there's not the plan to redistribute regions. What we do is we conduct research as expected with the motion. So what we do is we take a look on the criteria that we have, how regions are distributed. We have a dialogue and try to gather people's opinions on the matter. More information will follow in another presentation tomorrow, but I want to point that out that it's currently not the plan for us to actually distribute the regions. It is more like doing the research and then seeing what the outcome of it is. Regions, however, of course, hold the potential for approaching in terms of new local groups. We are well aware of that. So that is something that I think is also done by you and also what is on the table for members committee, and I think we go in a very good direction with it, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. So for the future, I hope we can discuss this in details.
Okay, thank you. So we just have time for one more question. We will take the delegate, the people in the back. I asked you to just write your question on Pigeonhole, and the board, please, Pigeonhole. Please look later into it, and the delegate here. And I want to remind you, please don't misuse twos. Yeah, twos are not follow-up questions. So please be aware of it. Okay, Boris?
Can the board please explain how did they
Name and local group.
Beyza Avaloğlu, Istanbul-Boğaziçi. How did the board, can you explain with one sentence what's the main idea behind your motto, building bridges?
We see ESTIEM as the connector of everything, of people, of opportunities, of thoughts, and overpasses make that happen.
Okay, thank you, board. You can sit down. Please check Pigeonhole afterwards.
Pigeonhole?
There are some questions for you, probably. And now I close agenda point 10, ESTIEM board. And we will have a break now. So before you stand up, wait, before you stand up. So we will have a half an hour break. We will meet here back at, wait, I need to calculate because I still have German time. 11:30. Yeah, 11:30. So please be sure to be 11:30 sharp back. We will put a timer here. If the timer is on 0 and you're not on your place, you're back. So this might lead to punishment. Okay, have fun in your break. Guys, fast, fast, fast, fast, fast. There's a 3?
Yeah.
Shout it.
I lost my phone.
What?
I lost my phone somewhere in the room.
If someone found a phone, someone is missing a phone.
Yeah.
Yes?
Why not?
Okay, guys.
So if someone found a phone somewhere, please.
So first of all, let's don't need the last people. Thank you first of all for your cooperation. This worked pretty well. Even though we are 1-2 minutes over time, but no worries. So, everyone back? Can the organizers close the door to the GA room? Or someone in the back? Thank you. Okay, perfect, then let's start. So we are open, agenda point 11, approval of minutes from the last council meeting. LX. 64. And West.
Okay, I think that will work. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Nicolina. I'm the Vice President of Administration of the previous board of ESTIEM, and I will present to you the approval of the minutes from the previous council meeting. So yeah, based on the statutes of ESTIEM, everything that is discussed during the council meeting, during the General Assembly, needs to be documented. And here you can scan the QR code so that you can find the document. They were shared with the active list and with the participants of the council meeting, so you should be able to find it in your emails as well. It's really brief. I would like to thank you for your attention and thank our secretaries, and I can accept some questions in case you have.
So if you have questions, we will vote, have a close vote upon it in the first session. Tomorrow in the first voting session. So you have time to look through the minutes during the breaks or in the evening. So, but does anyone has questions for the minutes? Okay, if not, then I close agenda point 11, approval of minutes of the 46th council meeting. And I open agenda point 12, annual report of the 32nd board, and then ask like the 32nd board on stage. Just give them a bigger applause, please.
Okay, while we're waiting for our presentation to be opened, hello everyone, that's a pleasure to be here today, again on the stage, all together. It's also such a pleasure to see that many old friends here in this room and so many new faces. I think that's what we like council meeting for, that it brings all of the network together and we're able to spend time together, to work together, to party together, and yeah, see each other and make friendships for long years. And today we're going to present you our annual report. We were working hard for 1 year, maybe even more, because some of us had leadership positions before, and we also had some work to do after our mandates.
Okay, small changes. Sarah, can you make an energizer while we're fixing the technical problems?
Can all the Finnish people come on stage?
stage is yours now.
Okay, so we have our presentation now, so I would like to ask all of you to sit down, to calm down, and to listen for the results and some highlights from our year. I would also like to mention that we were kind of short on time, so our time for the presentation is limited, and I would like to promote and highly recommend you to check out our detailed annual report, which we prepared and sent a couple of weeks ago. It consists of different parts, and you can find much more details than we will be able to cover during this presentation. Okay, so you might know us already, and you're likely to see today on stage 5 of us. So let me present my co-boardies. Let's start with Senna, Vice President of Public Relations. We also had Celine, who was taking the position of Vice President of Finance, but resigned during the last year, during the last months of our mandate. Then we have Helene, Vice President of Activities, Nicolina, Vice President of Administration, and Joanna, Vice President of Education, and me, Daria, and I was taking position of President of the 32nd Board.
Yes, now we have estimated numbers, the numbers that we had during our mandate. So in the network we had 77 local groups in 26 countries in our year. And as guest groups, Katerina, Nish and Rijeka joined our network during our mandate. And LG Piraeus became a member in the last council meeting in Belgrade. And then we have ESTIEM activities. Yes, ESTIEM activities. We had 108 offline events during our mandate, which was also the first offline event. And we had 2,812 travels made by 41 esteemers. And then we had also 48 online events, and you can see the attendance numbers there. And as for the communication platform, we had 4.2K Instagram followers, 12K LinkedIn followers, and then 700 Eliem users.
On the 24th of February, Russia invaded Ukraine. One of our members, local group Kyiv, was and still is in the middle of this aggression, and we would like to show our support and our sympathy once again. ESTIEM struggled in general because we have members, local groups in the neighboring countries as well. Events were cancelled, one of our biggest events, as Kai mentioned before. Travels got more difficult, and multiple esteemers had to leave their homes and start a new life. But from the very first day of the war, esteemers started searching for ways to support our members and the people that struggled and still continue to struggle. There were different initiatives, and we would like to show our gratitude to all of them. But last but not least, ESTIEM should always strive to connect its members, and we strongly believe that even though ESTIEM is a non-political organization, we should condemn any kind of war and aggression that is happening in the world.
Yes, pandemic. So in the beginning of our mandate, when we start, we were still in a pandemic, and we still are, but the cases were higher in our mandate at the start of the mandate, and we had a network that who suffered from COVID times, online times, so that's why we needed to shape our goals according to the evolution of the situation, and then we created many COVID regulations during our mandate. And for the first half of our mandate, I think it was we created 5 different COVID regulations according to the evolution of the cases. And our main aim was to ensure the transition after pandemic.
On the 12th of July, Celine's resignation was announced to the network in an email that all of you received. Celine resigned from her position as Vice President of Finance since she was unable to fulfill the legal responsibilities related to the position. In said email, we communicated that I would legally take over the position, but as you know, the official end of the board's mandate is on the 31st of July, And at that time, we were already working on the process to legally change the board from 32nd to 33rd. So we were unable to fulfill the legal procedure required to become an official 5-person board. That means that legally, according to the Dutch law, Celine is a member of our board and she will be included in the vote for our discharge. However, our biggest focus in the middle of the situation was to ensure that all the work related to ESTIEM's finances was done, was completed until now, and that could be presented in this CM. This included the finalization of the financial report, since the half-year realization also hadn't been presented in CM Belgrade. This work was done by the rest of the board. It took around 170 hours since July until like last week, and it's ready, and we will have a presentation on this after.
When it comes to the direction of the network, each year the boards start their mandate with a vision and motivation to develop or change things in the network. And we do this mostly by two tools, and that are setting our board goals and the ESTIEM strategy. Starting off with the board goals, our year was highly impacted by different things happening in the world. Firstly, pandemic, and the fact that we have had almost 2 years without events. So our focus was on transition to what we knew as normal before COVID, and also supporting the whole process and the whole network. That's why we had 4 goals, and all of them were impacted or influenced by these facts. So we had COVID-19 recovery, financial stability, working culture, and ESTIEM brand as our board goals areas. Then we also had ESTIEM strategy. Basically, ESTIEM strategy was voted and accepted in the 62nd council meeting online, and we were the first board to work with the ESTIEM strategy, and it consists of 6 areas with long-term objectives, and each board sets their yearly objectives each year. Because we believe that those 2 board goals and the strategy serve the same purpose, we integrated our board goals into the strategy. As you can see in the table, all of our board goals were very connected to the strategy areas, as you can see. And then, reflecting on the strategy a little bit, we really enjoyed the fact that we were quite free with setting the yearly objectives. The strategy doesn't limit us in any ways. However, this also caused some difficulties during the year. Firstly, we didn't have KPIs defined from the beginning, so we defined them actually after council meeting Seville, because we weren't aware, and that was a new process from the beginning once again, and we found it very difficult to report because we had so many points under the strategy, and yeah, we always have limited time, so it's not so easy to communicate, because this framework doesn't use percentages to show the progress in the areas. Last point would be the balance in the involvement of the board members in the board goals and strategy. Because we integrated our board goals into the strategy, some areas were overlapping completely, for instance, ESTIEM brand, whereas some of the areas had to be created from scratch for the strategy. This didn't make any change in terms of the amount of work we have, but the amount of contribution we have to board goals or to strategy. So we found it as an improvement point for the next board, and that's what we hand over to them to keep them a bit more separate. With those being said, with the board goals and strategy, we tried to achieve as many goals as we set from the beginning of our mandate. So now we will continue with the highlights and what we've achieved during the year. Starting off with the communication of ESTIEM, we invested quite a lot of time into creating new communication platforms last year. One of them was ESTIEM podcast, and we published 6 episodes about ESTIEM, what we do and why are we here, and you can check it out on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or whatever platform you use. It's shameless promotion.
And also, we started the ESTIEM book project once again because we believe it's now time to update the information of the local groups or of everything that's happening in the network. So that was one of the projects, but it didn't finish, so it will continue this year. And also we created ESTIEM 101 videos. 4 of them were published together with local group Liège, and that was to communicate what ESTIEM is about, especially to externals and to newbies. Then for the branding, we also spent quite a lot of time into revision of the brand guidelines, and we created merchandise templates and defined some of the gray areas that weren't covered in the previous guidelines. For instance, department colors, logos were established this year, and also new merchandise templates.
While Senna talked about our external communication platforms, I will talk a bit about our internal communication platforms. So during the year, we saw the need to raise awareness about what platforms we are using in ESTIEM, and so that we can educate our members, we had some training sessions, and here I wanted to share some information. We focused a lot on Ilium, and as you can see, there were some surveys. This is the activity, and we had 700 users. We also tried to promote the active list. And as you can see, during our year, there were 2,500 subscribers. And last but not least, we finally launched the Members Drive that was created by the previous board, and it was shared with a few people, but we tried to update it and revise everything that was there, and then share it with the whole network. Yes, another thing that happened during our year is the new user sign-up process. So in the past, LR should collect all of the information of new members and then create accounts for them. Right now, individuals can apply. So whoever wants to become a member of ESTIEM can search for it and ask for an account. Then LRs will accept it, so it makes the process way easier, and it also makes the process GDPR compliant. And last but not least, from my side, council meetings it's a very important highlight for ESTIEM because we had the first offline council meeting after 2 years of online work. It was in Seville, and yes, apart from that, we started right after the council meeting to collect all the tools that we used and that previous boards used, and we created a knowledge center. And then we had the council meeting in Belgrade. We first tried to have 6 General Assembly days so that we can try out if it works or not. And then we also implemented the open discussions.
Moving on to achievements about professional development. ESTIEM participated in the organization of Future Leaders Dialogue. This is an event that aims to bring industry companies closer to students. And ESTIEM was part of the organizing committee for a year, and then in this committee there were industry companies and other students associations, and in the final event we had 10 ESTIEMers participating and also a speaker from ESTIEM. Another new event was Zooming In. This was an event organized by the Professional Development Committee, and the idea is to bring ESTIEM's research topics closer to ESTIEMers to understand what we are doing and how we do it, and to also to gather their inputs on the projects.
Yes. And now in the event quality area as achievements. Firstly, event organization processes. During the last year, we supported local groups. We provided the support to the local groups that they were needing it about event organization, with some training, some documents, and with event quality task group, which also turned to the committee now. And for the event promotions and descriptions, last year we had some problems with the not event promotions, but the participants of the event. And then we were also facing some cancellations due to the lack of participation. So we also wanted to tackle a bit of the event promotions. In the beginning, we increased the number of event open calls to the local groups to make them aware that they can organize events, offline events. And then we also changed the descriptions on the portal, events descriptions on the portal. And for the feedback form questions, this year we wanted to have the feedback form questions as specialized for each event type, so that the service leaders or like the local groups wouldn't need to send an additional feedback form after the event. The process started, the questions were ready, and then we collected input for the questions and also gathered input from the service leaders, but unfortunately implementation was not possible due to the lack of time. And activity rating and Yogi Awards. Last year, during the analysis committee coordination meeting, we updated the calculations for the activity rating to give more acknowledgement to the local groups that who are putting a great effort. And also for Yogi Awards, we changed the system a bit, and we had it for both of the council meetings to ensure that local groups are also getting the I don't know, awards for their achievements, for their event quality. And lastly, Tableau projects sustainability. Again, with AC, we created a handover document template for each project, not each project, but a template for Tableau projects to ensure sustainability in Tableau's projects for the future.
Okay, I would like to cover the changes which happened during our mandate. So during the council meeting in Belgrade, we voted for some changes in membership and internal regulations of ESTIEM. I wouldn't go into details now, but here on the screen you can see the number of articles where important changes were done. All of them were voted upon and accepted. More detailed information with all of the changes you can find in our annual report and also on ILIO. And then regarding the distribution of the Baltic region local groups, you could probably see that in the presentation of ESTIEM framework, there were 7 regions mentioned. So during our mandate, we proceeded with distributing the Baltic local groups into different regions because the war started and it followed by the resignation of Baltic regional coordinator. We wanted local groups to still be involved and participate in the life of the network, not to be excluded. And we thought that the rest of the regional coordinators can also help us with this and support those people, like those local groups. Here you can see the way of the local groups, how they were distributed, and our regional coordinators supported us a lot and helped with this. So at the end of our mandate, what was the situation during the council meeting in Belgrade? The motion was raised, which was also mentioned by the 33rd board, and the motion requested to investigate if the regions of ESTIEM can be distributed somehow differently to reach the better diversity. So in the end of our mandate, the Baltic local groups remained where they are, and still it's the case, and the 33rd board is following up on the situation now.
The changes in entities that occurred during our mandates. First, in CM Seville, IM Connection was a service and it was closed due to a lack of new leader applicants. Then, towards the end of our mandate, we made a decision to not continue the partnership within Change and therefore close the Service Global Student Challenge. Data Protection Task Group was also closed, and internal awareness, both of these at the beginning of our mandate, we decided not to work with those entities. The entities that had changes before CM Seville, ESTIEM Hunt became a task group to organize the event, and also the event quality task group. It was already a task group, but it developed a lot during our events.
It's shifted its aim to the committee.
None of the work during our mandate would have been possible without the support of all our partners. So our huge appreciation to all of them. The institutional partners, educational partners, the corporate partners, the service partners, and the Lean Six Sigma partners, and now the partner NGOs.
Yeah, so, and I would like to share a bit of our reflection of the year. So we started during the quite challenging times. So we were the first boards after the pandemic. So we were working on the transition back from online to offline. And as you can imagine, we faced quite some challenges as COVID was still there, but we wanted to make sure that ESTIEM is going back to events and that we can ensure that our
members, esteemers can travel safely. So a lot of work was done on the regulations and ensuring the safety. Also, travel restrictions were quite challenging for our board, and I think for all the people who ever traveled during the pandemic. Yeah, then it followed up with more unexpected things happening as the war started, and then we could face our network being affected by the war as well. But it also showed us how united and how supportive the network can be. So I really appreciate the work which was done by all of the esteemers and people who were connected and helped with supporting people in need. Then what was also quite a big challenge for us is resignation of one of the legal positions. So yes, during our board year, we had our ups and downs, implementing the first year of the strategy, being maybe sometimes a bit lost, but learning by doing and learning from our mistakes. Now we are here as a team of 5, and I think that everything what we faced and all of the crises we solved actually made us a pretty good team, and I can trust that those ladies with me on stage will be there and work at night, doesn't matter what's going to happen. So also a huge thanks to my co-boardies for the year, which we spent together. Yeah. And also what's with whom it won't be possible is the network and all of the esteemers. So you guys were the people who motivated us, who challenged us, who inspired us day by day. So also thank you a lot for this.
And lastly but not leastly, for sure, our leaders, our amazing esteemer generation. So we would like to thank you, congratulate all the leaders that we were working with. And we would like to invite them, actually whole esteemer generation. Guys, please join us on the stage because you deserve it as much as we did. So please join us here.
While our leaders are coming to the stage, we would like to close our presentation. And setting aside all the challenges that came our way, we can promise that only the good memories will remain. Only the happy faces will be remembered. Because together we can overcome everything, as you can see.
So thank you guys. So
I didn't finish. Sorry.
please give a very big applause.
We also look up to the next generation and to our successors, the 33rd board of ESTIEM. And as for us, we will remain as your misfortune board, and we will see you again somewhere in Europe. Thank you.
So one more round of applause for the last leaders. Okay, I like everyone who's not supposed to be on stage now to leave the stage again. Danny, you can stay. No, not another question, yeah. So, good, can you, so I can see people. So we have time for questions. And before we go into questions, I know it's tough to stay awake. We had a nice party yesterday, but try to look around next to your neighbors, and if you see someone falling asleep, help him and try to, no, not slap his face, Etche, but try to keep them awake, okay? So we're starting with a question there.
Polina Petrova, local group Kiev. I have a question to all of you. What was the most important life lesson that you have after board to go, like after board year?
For me, I would say it's all about the people, and it will be all about the people. So just enjoy the time you're spending your time with all these amazing people.
Okay,
Quite similar, but I would say we can really do anything, but if we do it together.
I would add that sometimes things do not go as planned, so you have to learn how to adapt, how to take it easy, and how to find the ways on the way, what to do and how to do it.
Don't drink that much. But also the teamwork is the best work. So.
Yeah, adding up to what the girl said, for me it would be that help will always be found in ESTIEM, and whenever there are challenges, we can always overcome them together.
Paul Katsiupis, LG Aachen, could you elaborate on the difference between a task group and a committee and why this change was made for event quality?
So a task group is a team that is formed to work on a specific task, as the name says, and the idea is that it has an end in sight. So when we see that in ESTIEM there is the need for it to continue working and continue developing projects, usually it becomes a committee. We didn't make it a committee. The 33rd board made the event quality task group a committee in the beginning of their mandate. Like what was in the presentation was we wanted to point out the big evolution of the task group during our event.
Eric Bemey, local group Gothenburg. In council meeting Belgrade, you used the open meetings. Would you like to tell us your reflections on that? Did it go well, good? Should we keep it?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. I would say that we tried to implement the open discussion, but it didn't go as planned, so I wouldn't say that we are happy with the results. But it was the first trial, so we hand over our thoughts on this and how it went, and during the handover process we shared with the 33rd board so they can take it and maybe develop it and maybe implement it.
Is it a new question? Is no one anyways just ask?
I got it too, yes.
Just ask.
Could you tell Eric Pimrey from Gothenburg. Could you tell us what it was that you hand over to the board? So what are your concrete takeaways? What can be improved? What should be kept?
Yeah, okay, so the format of the open discussion for the such wide audience was not quite possible to happen because it takes a lot of the time and a lot of explanations in advance. So the formats can be changed to have people in a smaller number of groups, for example, and have the certain topics. So that's what I can share. Maybe some of my cohorts would add something on top. I think that's it.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep. Yeah, in front. Please stand up. Please stand up. Guys, please stand up if you have a question so we can see it immediately and to make the life of the microphone people easier. Yeah.
Hello, Maciej Flax, LG Gdańsk, and I have a question about this. If it was told that the council meeting in Belgrade was the first meeting which lasted for 6 full days of the General Assembly. And what do you think, what are your conclusions about this new format?
We actually saw that there was no big difference than the normal CMs that have 5 GA days. We anyways went over time, so we would continue with the 5 days because participants were more tired, and since there were not big changes, our suggestion would be 5 days.
So currently it is considered for the next CM imported to last for 5 days. Okay.
This on the next board, not on us.
Someone of you want to answer?
Yes, it is.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, then a big round of applause for our... So I close agenda point 12, annual report of the 32nd board, and I open agenda point annual accounts of the 32nd board, and the stage is yours, John.
present you the annual accounts of the 32nd board. So let me explain. You are probably all very knowledgeable in finance, right? But I will explain how the process usually goes. So, in the first CM of a board, in our case it was in Seville, the VP of Finance presented a budget and it was approved. Then, in the second CM of our mandate, there should be the presentation of the half-year realization. This means that there should be like the comparison of what was in the approved budget and what was spent and what was the income so far. And then here, in the CM after our mandate, there is the presentation about everything that happened in finance regarding our year and how that compares to the budget that was approved in Seville. That's what I'm going to present to you today. The goal of this document is then to provide you the current financial state of the association, to reflect upon the developments of the past year. This will serve as a basis for the discharge of our board and to retain the knowledge for the future generations on ESTIEM. So let's start. A lot of numbers, so be prepared. Starting with the overview. Compared to the budgeted amount, we had a lower income, but also lower expenditures, which resulted in a higher profit than it was expected, in a little bit over 6K. Just a small note, there are a lot of numbers. You also have them, you receive them through email. You can also check them. In the end, if you have questions, I can go back to any slide, but I won't go through all of them. Here you can also see the overview, comparing the approved budget on the left to the realization on the right, coming down to this profit. Compared to the previous years, we had that this is the profit without departments and without specific reserves, because in the past we didn't have departments, so this is our way to compare. Our profit without the departments was a bit over 2K. It was lower than the previous year, but also in the previous year everything was online, so we can more easily compare to the years before that. And here also the comparison with the previous years. What happened in our year? Let's start with income from companies. We had a total of 4K. This is again lower than in the previous year, but more similar to the 2 years before that, which were also years more similar to ours. Details, we had a partnership with Picnic for 3.5K and one with PwC, who participated in a STEAM hunt for 500 euros. Regarding the partnership with ZEP, that was also on the budget. We did have a partnership with them, but there was an old contract to fulfill, so that's why you also see on 33rd budget that there is a reservation, because the contract made in our year will stay for their year. Regarding the income from institutions, a total of 16,700 euros. This comes from Chalmers, Eindhoven and La Peranta. They are our institutional partners for many years, and also from VV. We didn't have any new institutional partners. There were negotiations with the University of Sofia, but then the dean changed and they were stopped. And so we never concluded the new partnership. Other incomes that we have. There is a donation box on our portal, and that we have 24 euros income. And then in the departments, we have 4,300 in the academic department. That's coming from, as you saw before, the Lean Six Sigma partners. And then in the career development department, we also have an income coming from the times fees that local groups pay to organize a times local qualification, and all this money is used to cover the travels of the times final participants. And then you see other income, and there's a line called other income. This was income coming from the ESTIEM shop. On the portal there is also a link to ESTIEM shop. If you buy things there, there is some part of the money coming back to ESTIEM. It was not on the budget, and we had 88.77 euros coming from that. Now we move on to the other side, the expenses. First, the expenses of the board. We had a total of 8,250, more or less. This is a bit higher than the previous years, again, the previous year was almost fully online, and the one before also a big part of the mandate was affected, so that's why our expenses are a bit higher. You can see here that we, in our travel costs, we ended up not spending even half of what was budgeted. We always strive to connect our events, so we always had the preparation for CM, board meetings all together so that we could save on travel costs. The participation fees, only the coordination meetings is considerably lower because many coordination meetings happened online or were cancelled. We didn't have that many costs with coordination meetings. And I will show you the details. Here you can see we had one board meeting that was cancelled in January due to the COVID situation at the time, so we didn't spend that amount. And we also didn't have board meeting 6, we directly had handover board meeting. And yeah, you can see that our travel costs for some events are a bit higher than what was budgeted, but then most of the times they were connected to another event where the travel costs is considerably lower. So in the end, everything balances out, and we didn't spend the total budgeted amount. Still more board participation fees. Other events, the only thing we attended was a CEFI conference, which was online but had a fee. And that's it. Other board costs that you also see includes legal documents that we needed to get, and also PCR tests since it was too late. The support to actives, it was pretty similar to the year before. This included the participation, first the support to the next board. It's always included the handover board meeting and board meeting 1 of the next board in the budget. And then support to the previous board because the Vice President of Finance needs to hold this presentation in the first council meeting, so there is also support for that person to attend. And then support to leaders, which was what was voted upon in our budget, was a support for their own coordination meetings or their attendance to ESTIEM college. And this was what was spent. Not all of the leaders attended either comms or college, so that's why the amount we spent was lower. Other expenses. So we have externals from our partner NGOs that we invite to our events, and sometimes their participation fees are covered. And also we attended another NGO event. The department costs. In academic departments, I also have it detailed later. It's Lean Six Sigma instructor fees, and for career development department, as I said before, that was the amount spent to reimburse the times final participants. Then costs with IT and administration, everything involving the portal, the IT infrastructure, all the platforms that we use that have costs associated with them. And then also some PR costs that stayed under budget. Then, support to local groups. Some of the local groups are supporting us in maintaining the partnership with their university. If that's the case, the local groups are requesting a support from ESTIEM. Local group Eindhoven received this support during our mandates. We also have the ESTIEM magazine, as you know. There are costs related to printing it. And as it was voted in CM Seville, 500 euros were included in our budget to support the data science project. They were all spent on the recording of the videos. And you can see there, on other costs, depreciation. It was voted in CM Belgrade that we should depreciate some old amounts that we were expecting to receive, and that we don't consider them realistic to receive anymore. So we had to proceed with those depreciations, and they account for 1.1K. And then 6 cents of other costs, they are roundings of payments, nothing. the details, IT and administration costs, and all of them in case someone has questions later. Departments, I already mentioned, Lean Six Sigma partners are providing the income. The reimbursement is for instructors reimbursement, and then times all the fees are used to support the travels of the final participants. Regarding the receivables, this is the money that we invoiced to other entities and we are still expecting to receive. As you can see, we had one from 2016-17, I won't try to say the name, but it was voted to be depreciated in Belgrade, and that's the case for all of the ones that have 0 at the end. They are the things that we voted to depreciate. And also PayPal from 2020, we voted to only partially depreciate it, so that's why you see 1473 at the end. Regarding Continental from 2017 and European Supply Chain Forum, there was a motion in CM Belgrade that stated that the board should contact these companies and try to receive the money. Since in the end, Celine resigned, this work was not done, and she didn't do it during our mandate, and then the time it was already not our mandate, so this is the state on the 31st of July, and these companies were not contacted, and it was not acted upon, so they remain as receivables. And then we have some receivables from our year. You see some local groups, that's regarding the times fee, that it was, they couldn't pay it in Belgrade due to some logistical issues, so they still show up there, but all the local groups know and are going to pay their fees. And then we have Picnic, the contract from last year, it is still not paid. And also PayPal, the donations from our year. And Celine, regarding some missing cash when her resignation occurred. And the payables. This is the money that ESTIEM owes to people. In the document that you received through email, both for receivables and for payables, you will see a bigger list. This is because that's the situation on the 31st of July, and that's what we need to report. But after the 31st of July, we did many payments, and we also received money from things from the past year, so I'm not presenting them here now because they are closed, it's solved. So the payables that are still open, an old payable to Novi Sad and also some activist steamers from 2019. Then 2 members of the previous board still owe some money. And then from our year, the things that are still open is one to local group Novi Sad and one to a member of the previous board. And these are the people I would like to thank for allowing me to be here presenting today. I didn't know anything about finance in July, and without their support, it would have been impossible. We have Evelyn and Danny, the financial controllers, and Arthur and Merve, the VPs of finance of the 2 previous boards, and also Max, VP of finance of the 33rd board. They all helped me and my board a lot to have this document ready to present here, and huge thanks to them. And I want to end with a quote, and the quote that we picked was, I ask clarification of your clarification, and this was a quote by Senna, and I think it shows many of your reactions when finance is being presented.
So we do a short energizer. Where's Sarah? And for the people, I know it was quite hard to see the budget, but you should have the budget inside your emails, so you can check it on detail on your phones and computers. Okay.
Finance was not energizing enough.
Sarah, energizer.
Everyone get up.
David, wait, David. Questions will be done after the financial report, okay?
Okay.
So we are keeping agenda point 13 open for now, and we open agenda point 14, audit report by the financial controllers, and I ask.
Okay, I think everyone can hear me, at least I hear myself, so that's good. So I'm going to read the Financial Controllers Report. It's a standard procedure. After every realization, we present this letter. Dear Council of ESTIEM, every year during the autumn council meeting, the Financial Controllers of ESTIEM present their findings regarding the bookkeeping and the current financial situation of ESTIEM. This letter will serve as a report of our findings regarding the realization of the 32nd board. We kindly ask you to pay attention since it's an important matter to all of you. This year was different from other financial years due to the resignation of the Vice President of Finance of the 32nd board. We are glad that the 32nd board was proactive in solving this, resulting them in minimizing the harm to ESTIEM and its financial situation. Together with the 32nd board, we came up with a solution. The VP of Education, Joanna, the VP of Education, with help of the other board members, took over the responsibility to complete the financial year. We are very glad to inform you that the bookkeeping is neat and correct, and that the realization is approved by the financial controllers. Due to the unusual situation and the extra workload, the VP of Education had to prioritize differently than a VP of Finance would normally do. We agree that this is very understandable and are writing this letter considering that situation. As many of you know, the half-year realization of the 32nd board was never presented and never approved by us as financial controllers. At the moment of the resignation of the VP of Finance, the bookkeeping was very unorganized. Together with the 32nd board, we ran into different problems regarding the bookkeeping. One of the problems which the 32nd board encountered is that the cash that was handed over by a resigned VP of Finance did not match the cash that should have been handed over. It was also very hard to find out completely what had been paid in cash and what wasn't paid in cash. We strongly advise the VP of Finance of the 33rd board to create a better system to keep track of the payments and receivables in cash. A situation that we would like to highlight about the previous financial year is the one around the times final. Normally, ESTIEM pays for the flights of the teams qualified in order to get to the times final, which was held by LG Vienna this year. This year, not enough money was available to reimburse all the times final participants completely. Due to a poor reimbursement strategy to minimize the effects of this, some participants received relatively more than others. The situation was partly caused by the resigned VP of Finance, who had already approved and paid some reimbursements, but also would like to state that this has not been the only reason for the situation. We advise the 33rd board to reconsider the participation fee of LGs and to develop a reimbursement strategy on how to reimburse the times finalists. This financial year, ESTIEM made a profit of around 6,000 euros, which strongly benefits the financial stability of ESTIEM. In the previous years, we discussed about new guidelines on the financial health of ESTIEM. We agreed that the equity should be above 50,000 euros in order to state that the finances of ESTIEM are healthy and sustainable. We are glad to inform you that we have reached this buffer this previous financial year. Yeah, that's actually very good, guys. We recognize that in the past years, most partners of ESTIEM are contributing to our network for only a short time. Besides, it stays difficult to provide the right value to our institutional partners. These two factors cause many deviations between the budgets and realizations over the year and threatens the financial sustainability of our network. We advise the next VP of Finance to identify, together with CRC, what the issues are of keeping long-term partners, how we can bring value to our company and institutional partners, and ensure to keep them for a longer period. The outstanding receivables decreased in comparisons to the previous years. For the biggest part, this was caused by the depreciations during the previous council meeting. We would advise the upcoming VP of Finance to maintain a focus on lowering the outstanding receivables. The outstanding payables, however, are significantly higher than in the previous year. Considering the extra workload for the VP of Education, it is understandable that the payables were not prioritized. Still, we would like to see the upcoming VP of Finance ensures that the payables from the year 2021-2022 will be transferred as soon as possible. There are still a couple outstanding payables and receivables that have been there for a longer time. We recommend the 33rd board to investigate this and evaluate if they're still realistic. Hereby, we want to thank the 32nd board, and especially Joanna, for putting hard work and long hours into solving all the problems and keeping the bookkeeping neat and correct during the previous financial year. For us, the current financial controllers, this also means the end of our 2-year and 3-year-long mandates, and therefore we wish our successors the best of luck. In high esteem, Danny Brus and Evelien van Oosterhout. And actually, I also want to thank Joanna for one more time, because she puts so many hours, like you have no clue how much hours she put into this. And also the 32nd board, because they all worked together on the situation so that we could have a full realization and like a correct one. So thank you too, guys.
Thank you, Danny. Please stay on stage. Joanna, also come on stage. So we will have question time now for Joanna and Danny. So if you have a question, please stand up. Okay, we start with David here as delegate. Please stand up if you have a question. Please stand up. We start with David from Munich. Sorry. No, David, the other. And then the other delegate afterwards. Okay.
Okay, hi, I'm David from LG Munich. About BMW who owes us still 1,000 euros. I was in charge 2018 to get in contact with BMW as well. And the point is like, did you find the contract you have made with BMW? Because I guess, is it still missing?
This one was one of the entries that was voted to be depreciated in CM Belgrade, since we didn't consider it realistic anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried many times to find a contract, like searched everywhere where it is, but it's lost in borders even before my mandates, and we haven't found it yet, and we thought it would not be realistic to find it anymore.
Thank you.
The other delegate? Yeah.
Hello.
Push it up and then wait until it's green.
Okay, I can speak now. I'm Themis Lathidakis. I'm from LG Pires. All good? Okay. As we saw in the finances in the first slides, the budget of ESTIEM was like 10K more than now. Investors gave a lot of money back in 2012 to 15, and now they don't. It's like 10K difference. But also, the expenses are a lot lower than that time. Why is that? I can't understand. Maybe because of the financial crisis, or because now as an organization we're not so active, so we don't need so much money.
Okay, so I can answer the question, partly at least. So it's a bit difficult to explain the full situation, but like the way bookkeeping was done in the past, it was a bit different, and also like the partners that we had, we don't have them anymore. So like basically COVID and also like other situations that happened in the past ensure that the budget is really different from what it was. But also like I think almost no one here is like still like they were in 2012 active. So it's a bit of a difficult situation, and this is just how it is right now. And I think that like the next board, they're putting so much effort in actually hiring the expenses and the like income. So I think we should focus on that more.
I can continue my...
Do you have another question or do you have a remark?
Yes, I want to...
If you have another question, then do we need to take other people first? So they also have a chance to ask question, and then we can come back to you.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who was first in the back of you guys.
But it's maybe a direct.
Okay, then we just go like this. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's me. Ayşe Nufrat, local group Istanbul-Yildiz and ITU. I want to ask a question about the times fee because I think the fee, like the local groups pay a fee to participate, and we always heard it as it's to support the people who go to the finals. So I couldn't really understand the reason behind not being able to support them.
So that's true. ESTIEM collects the fee, and all of the fee, as you can see here, like where is it? Okay, so the fee, the total we received was 2,700 plus some fees that we had from previous years due to COVID. We still had some fees, so the total we had to reimburse participants was 2,970. That was the total. We only didn't spend 2 cents. So that is the money that we have to support times final travelers. So they were supported. The problem was that when the resignation occurred, there was no rule on how they would be supported. So if there was a percentage or if there was a maximum amount, they would be supported because this was not enough to pay for everyone's full travel cost. So what happened in the end was that some participants had already been reimbursed fully for their travel costs, and then we had to clarify the situation to everyone, to all the participants, and set a rule for the rest of them. So we had to go with a percentage of the travel costs that we could cover with the remaining amount, because this was the budget for this.
Okay, thank you.
Robin?
Hi, it's Robin Striebel from VWE. I have one question. You said that the incomes as well as the expenses were lower than you expected in your budget. I have 2 questions to that. First,
just ask one question, please, Robin. So the others can ask those questions.
What were the main reasons for like the lower income and the lower expenses?
For the lower expenses, it was cancelled events, like we also budgeted all the leaders getting reimbursement for participation in events, and they didn't all go. Connected events with one cancelled board meeting, so that saved participation fee and travel costs. Like half of the travel costs of the board were not spent more around that. So that's already a huge thing. We always budget, but we try to have the minimum cost possible.
Joanna, can you put your microphone a bit closer to me?
Yes, sorry, that's the reason for the lowered expenses. For the income, partnerships that didn't, were not realized in the end.
To clarify for the expenses, when we reimburse leaders, for example, we budget that we reimburse them all, because it would be weird to not reimburse them all. But in the end, almost half the leaders, they don't reimburse anything, and we have many occasions in the budget where stuff like that can happen, and that's always why the expenses are a bit lower than budgeted.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go with Marlene first, and then with Eric, and then I cannot recognize you from far.
Can you? Oh, yeah, you can. Marlene van Steinecker, local group Berlin. Thank you, Joanna, for the insight and for stepping up. I wanted to ask why the decision was made that you, as Vice President of Education, took over Celine's legal responsibility and not another board member? Why you?
Danny says because I'm awesome, that could be, but it was an internal decision. This was, as Danny also said, this is a work that takes a lot of time. All of them supported me. We had to sort a lot of things out, but in the end, someone needs to take the responsibility and to be able to control every single entry. It's impossible to equally divide the work by the board members. So it was an internal decision, who is more motivated, who has time. Our board mandate ended, we all had life plans. It was me.
Okay. You don't want to ask a question, Eric? We have time for 2 questions, so do how you prefer.
Fernando, yeah. Just go, Fernando. Chair. Fernando.
Sorry. Sorry, Fernando.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, okay.
Elif Nurak Yıldırım, Istanbul ITU, VP of Admin from 31st Board. First of all, thank you for what have you done last year to lovely 32nd Board and what you did for all years that you were active in ESTIEM. And especially thank you to Joanna for taking the position and also successfully finishing the position. Probably you didn't think about this additional position before applying the board. And my question is, could you explain to the council the situation you took over from the resigned VP of Finance and how much you were informed and involved in finances throughout the year while evaluating how much this situation hurt the network? Thank you.
So when we took over, the rest of the board, we were not aware of the situation in finances. As you all know, in CM Belgrade, the half-year realization was not presented. We also didn't know it would not be presented. We found out during the council meeting, more or less at the same time as the rest of you. So the rest of the board was not informed of the situation with finances. As Danny said in his letter, all of the bookkeeping was very messy. Things were missing, things were stored in completely random locations and orders. We had to sort all of that out. So the situation we took was a very messy one, and everything was a bit blurry. We didn't know what we were going into, and we kept finding more issues. Like a part about how it hurt the network, something like that. It didn't hurt the network in the end. It didn't hurt the network in the end because we managed to fulfill this, but it could have been a problem if we hadn't taken over this work and hadn't been able to fulfill it.
Okay, now Fernando, sorry, I didn't recognize you from here. The light is very bad.
Fernando Telles, Local Group, Brussels. First of all, thank you guys for the job you've done. That was not supposed to be yours. However, I highly condemn that kind of things. A VP of Finance that resigns 2 weeks before end of mandate, it's a lack of responsibility, and I do not understand how you guys cannot see that even from CM Belgrade, that this would have happened anyway. Therefore, my question goes like, what are your current tools, whether for the 32nd or 33rd board, to be able to tackle that kind of problem? I cannot stress that enough. Money is everything at the moment. This is bad what's going on to me as an economic student, and I don't understand how it can be possible after 30 years, more than 30 years in such an organization with so many countries to have that kind of problem. So even though I highly trust Max, what are the current tools for your board to be able to see that coming and to be able to even like have insights on it? If you're telling me that in CM Belgrade you see that there's a problem, this should not happen, not in the board, maybe for delegates, but not for the board. Thank you.
So I think Max or Kai, you want to answer?
Is the question, what's the advice for the 32nd board to use as a tool to see this coming, or is the question which tools do we currently have to see this coming?
Everything.
Okay, then first Joanna, and then I can...
Yeah, like in the 32nd board we always kept open communication and we had regular chats. Unfortunately, we realized too late that many things were being hidden and there are not many tools we can implement. We expected the whole board to be open. I cannot say more from my side.
I think it's always good to keep the board more involved. So be very open. Like, of course, the accounting system is quite difficult also for others to understand, but it's the board's budget. It's not the VP of Finance budget, so everyone has responsibility over the budget, and I think that's an important mindset that you should have from the beginning.
I think also a better communication between the whole board and the financial controllers could be very beneficial, at least for this position. Because if the VP of Finance doesn't do her job or his job, we're signalizing that way earlier than the board does, and it also caused a lot of misunderstanding. So I think my advice to the 33rd board, I hope Max won't ever resign, but would be to have a group chat with the financial controller so that they can also speak out their concerns, because they see it very fast.
Okay, thank you everybody. We don't have time for questions anymore, but if you have any more questions, please put it on. Petra?
Pigeon hole?
Thanks. Thank you both of you. So especially for the delegates, just to clarify how the voting procedure will happen for the minutes and then the budget and then the discharge of the board. So we will have voting tomorrow for the approval of the minutes and the financial budget, if I'm correct, and the realization of the accounts. And on Wednesday we have the voting about the discharge of the board, but we will come later also more to the discharge. If there's any question later on, just approach us so we can explain if there's something unclear. So I close agenda point 13, annual accounts of the 32nd board. And I close agenda point 14, audit report by the financial controllers. And I open agenda point 15, proposals.
So we decided to sit down here a little bit because, we want to talk about a topic. We feel like it's important to talk about a topic. And I want to start with reading a part of an email that we received. And what I will read out might not be easy for you to hear or for us to even talk about, but it's important to listen to and take this topic also serious. I was part of ESTIEM and I would like to share my story. It is possible that it has happened to other steamers as well. It was during a council meeting a while ago. At some point of the night, I met a guy in a steamer too, who later took advantage of me. You may think, why didn't you report it back then? Firstly, I had very little knowledge on what real consent is, that rape is not only something that happens in the dark streets by a stranger. Secondly, I displaced it from my knowledge, from my consciousness. It was easier to believe that maybe it was fine. The problem is that I was drunk to the state where you cannot give consent. Most probably, this bad experience will stay with me till the end of my life. What I read out here with the permission of the sender is something that is not a one-time incident. According to Amnesty International, 1 out of 10 women in Europe become a target of some sort of sexual violence. 1 out of 2 of some sort of harassment. Sexual harassment is also an ESTIEM reality and a problem. And within the board, being in this organization multiple years, each of us, we have witnessed incidents and had our very own experience as well. Also multiple incidents were brought to us. It is time that we make this a topic, we believe. That it's time that we talk about it. It's time that we talk about what is consent and about what we as one big organization can do in order to deal with harassment. ESTIEM is quite late with that, we have to admit, but it's not too late. In a 2016 survey published by the European Commission, 27% of European Union citizens polled said that there were incidents in which sexual intercourse without consent can be justifiable. Such so-called justifications included being drunk or on drugs, voluntarily going home with someone, wearing provocative clothes, or not clearly saying no, or not fighting back. That is truly shocking, because the only one to blame for harassment is the harasser. Harassment is inexcusable. The absence of a no is not a yes. The fact that someone didn't report or didn't fight back doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
Yes, to add to what Kai said, it is important to see this situation from the victim's perspective. Especially in ESTIEM events, we are very often under the influence of alcohol, if not only, and it sometimes many moments can be blurry and we cannot maybe recall clearly what has happened. This can go both ways for the harasser and the victim. but still it is important to be aware of our actions. Sometimes also a situation may come out of blue for the victim. They may not expect it, and they may freeze for a moment. Freezing and not responding is still, it's not saying yes, it's not giving consent. Freezing is the body's natural reaction to something unexpected. Freezing is normal, and if it is not yes, it's a no. In addition to that situation, many people may come to a situation that they feel uncomfortable. For this, they may often not react the way that they would like to, because they may not change the other person's perspective about them. They may not, for example, want to be perceived as the boring person, or someone that is, I don't know, lame because they don't want to drink more, or they don't want to party harder. But we may be aware, we should be aware of everyone's limits, and we should not push people to do things that they don't want to if they don't say yes. If they seem hesitant, we shouldn't push them more. And this goes for everything. First of all, like for very simple things that we may think that they are simple, like, come on, have one more shot or something, and to more severe situations, which may lead to harassment. And last but not least, I would like to add that sometimes a situation like this, an event, a harassment event, may be very difficult for the victim, and they may often not call it what it is, not give names to it, not call it harassment, or not call it rape, because it's very difficult for someone to realize that such a bad situation has happened. It is very difficult to realize that it is very hard for someone to accept that in some sense they let this happen, but it's not their fault. So it's very hard to give names to it. But this does not does not make the situation less serious. And yeah.
So, what about harassment and ESTIEM culture? ESTIEM, the thing we love, the very basis of ESTIEM are the events. Unfortunately, the events can give a good setting for harassment. You go abroad, you might go alone, you might think you're never gonna see these people again. And unfortunately, even though as lovely as it is, it also can give a basis, setting for harassment. Also, we're dealing with different cultures. We all have our own cultural boundaries. We have 26 different countries here. Something that's normal to you might be disturbing for someone else. So we should take that into consideration. Also, what's something very attached to ESTIEM culture are songs. We have some old songs that are normalizing or glorifying rape or unconsented sex. For this reason, for this year, we renewed the songbook. Also, what Petra mentioned, ESTIEM spirit, work hard, play hard, you might have heard it. The play hard part may include excessive drinking, and it can lead to harassment, and that's why we also need to talk about consent.
Yes, so let's talk indeed about consent. I put it on the slide because I want to make this very clear about what is consent and how we can basically interpret it. So let's first go to the definition of consent. It's basically to agree or to do something or to allow someone to do something. To make it more specific on this context of sexual harassment, we're talking about basically to agree or to do something. Oh, this is the old slide. Basically, it's an agreement between two people in any sexual act. And this basically can be anything from kissing to having sex or anything in between. Something that's really important to notify here is that consent must be informed freely and also actively given. So not passive, not a doubtful yes, it needs to be actively given. Then also it needs to be clear, knowing and voluntary. And finally, it's very important that, yeah, of course, as I said before, that is mutually agreeable and understandable. So to also go a bit more into the topic of what consent is, it's also important to understand what is not consent. So as you can see here, a silence in and in itself is not consent. If it's not a clear yes, you cannot go on with the act that that you wanted to do. Then past consent does not imply future consent. So if you had an intimate connection with someone or you did something before, it does not mean that an hour or a day later you can do exactly the same thing. It really depends on the situation and the person as well. I already mentioned a bit, but consent to engage in any form of sexual activity does not imply consent to engage in another sexual activity. So that you kiss someone doesn't mean that you can go any further without the right consent here. And finally, also an outfit cannot give consent even how much or little a person is wearing. It does not give you the permission to do whatever you want. People are free to wear whatever they want, whenever they want, and there's nothing to do with consent. Yes, and basically to summarize everything, consent is not, it's basically anything other than a clear yes is not consent. And maybe this is a bit repetitive, but it's still an important topic. But there are things to be aware of. And the influence of alcohol plays also an important part here. When someone is very, very, very drunk, that person, even though he or she, they say yes.
Max, can you wait a minute? We have a technical problem.
I can continue. That's okay. Like if he, she, or they is very, very drunk, a yes does not suffice in the situation. Besides that, it is also mentioned that there are cultural differences, and that's something that makes ESTIEM beautiful, that we all are from different cultures, that we can learn from each other in this way. But it's also something that people make comfortable in different situations. Some people are more huggy, some people are more intimate from the start, but that doesn't mean that everyone is like that, and that's something that's also part of culture and something you should understand. And finally, this is something that I saw happening also quite sometimes, and that's physical touch. Of course, you can hug people that you know and that you're comfortable with, but still, when you're dancing at a party and you would like to get more intimate with someone, that doesn't mean that you can grab them or that you can get very close when the person is not comfortable with that. So please also pay attention to that not every person can be comfortable with it. And also try to be clear in communication. Sometimes it is difficult, and I also I also forget some English words or how to communicate clearly, but just take it easy, make sure that you have the right response, the yes, basically, even though sometimes there is a barrier to communicate clearly. So that's the part about consent, and I hope it was all clear for you what is consent, what's not, and what to be aware of.
Okay, so as you can imagine, we received this email that Kyle read in the beginning during our board meeting too, and that triggered a lot of discussion between the board of what should we do. In the meantime, we also opened the discussion to the network via ESTIEM. There are 2 posts already there on the topic, one from Kai that is more general, introduction to the topic, and you can give your opinion there and we really appreciate it, and one on a code of conduct that is being developed in ESTIEM. But I would like to talk to you also about other actions that are planned. The first one is the survey to reports on sexual harassment cases. I don't know if you noticed so far, but there are some QR codes in your name tags. That QR code has links to a lot of important things for the council meeting. One of them is this survey where you can report anonymously or not anonymously some sexual harassment case that happened to you or you witnessed during this council meeting or during a previous ESTIEM event in any ESTIEM setting. In this form, you will find some questions. These questions are aimed to guide you a bit on what you can tell us, but none of these questions are mandatory. And we promise to follow up on the case confidentially, and we will, if we receive a report, we will try to discuss it, discuss also with the victims or with the harassers if that information is provided and that is something that we see as beneficial and the person who reported also sees as beneficial. And that's, yeah, the main idea of the service, that we are able to follow up on the cases and also understand the situation in ESTIEM better. Then we have the code of conduct, as I also mentioned, but we will have a detailed presentation right after this presentation, so I'm not going into details. We have the revision of the ESTIEM songbook that Sarah already talked about for this council meeting, but there is an online version of the songbook that is accessible through the portal, and that is also planned to be revised soon. We're also planning to implement some mandatory questions, still to be defined, but something that ensures that when you are being hosted or you are hosting someone, everyone feels comfortable with that, and also some guidelines of the event so that everyone feels comfortable while going to an event. For example, if it is planned that you will share a room with people from other sexes or genders or sexual orientations, if you feel comfortable with that. The main idea of this is that we ensure that people are comfortable when they go to an ESTIEM event, and we provide that information also before the event. We also are planning to have some social media promotion to raise more awareness on this topic within ESTIEM. And our Social and Environmental Responsibility Committee will open soon a research, we'll make a survey to research deeper on the situation of ESTIEM. When it's ready, it will be shared everywhere, and we kindly ask you to fill it. As for now, if you are also interested in joining this project and supporting us researching this topic further, you can contact Beza. Beza, raise your hand, please. She's the Social and Environmental Committee leader. And finally, we are very eager to benchmark with other student organizations. We already did it a bit with the mother organization from Aperanta, but can be also international organizations, mother organizations, local organizations, anything. If you have some suggestion of some organization that is doing a great job and you think it will be beneficial for us to talk with them, we highly appreciate that you send us that recommendation. Something that I forgot to put in the slide, but is also important to mention, is that as for now, this survey that I mentioned is coming to the board, and our plan in the short term, let's say, is that the board will take care of these situations. However, we are also considering having some professional help in the future, or some alumni supporting us with this, because we see that as something beneficial. And that's all from me, Ezin.
Now that we talked about the general actions we would like to take for ESTIEM, I also quickly want to explain you the things we want to do for council meetings. You guys know, council meetings, it's our biggest events. So we would like to also here present you what we wanted to implement in this one, specifically also in the future CMs. And the first one is to have these presentations to inform people that it's also a reality in ESTIEM. As Kai mentioned, it wasn't talked for years and years, but we keep seeing some patterns. So we would like to keep having these presentations to talk to you, to inform you, and to raise awareness that this is also something we should be careful about in ESTIEM. And the next one is the harassment contact persons. There will be right after this presentation from Sarah about it, but we also will have some people who will be there during night activities to keep an eye on it, that you can always feel free to approach when you either experience an uncomfortable situation or witness it. Those people will be there to listen to you, to support you, to guide you to someone if it's needed, and just to be there with you. And also in your name tags, you have a QR code, and we will also link the contact information of these people to your name tags, so you always have access to it. And we also have a working group about it that was initiated by some ESTIEMers, and then it was also developed together with the boards on how we can make ESTIEM a safer environment for all of us. That will also take place in this council meeting. And last but not least, also the forum, Francisca already mentioned it, but it's open. You have it again in your name tags. So if you would like to report any cases, we promise full confidentiality. So yeah, you can always use it as a communication tool for these type of situations as well.
Yeah, coming to an end here, I want to say one thing. We're all here together and it's amazing. Take care of each other, be there for one another. If you witness an uncomfortable situation, don't look away. Just as simple, how are you, is already doing great work. You can offer an easy way out by asking that person, hey, you want to catch some fresh air, go to the bar or whatever. Just try to have an eye on the left and the right side. And with that, we want to conclude this part and now jump into the two more detailed presentations on the code of conduct as well as the harassment contact person.
So, as was mentioned right before, harassment contact persons, we're going to have 4 of them in this council meeting, but let me go first through a little bit about what is harassment, what is a harassment contact person, why are we having it, and who we are in this council meeting. So, what is harassment? Harassment can be, among other things, mental or physical bullying, threatening, inappropriate behavior or comments, discrimination, molestation, defaming, any actions that the harassed person finds offensive or unpleasant. Defining harassment is really hard because it's up to the person's own experience, and something that's normal to you can be disturbing to someone else. However, harassment can be also any actions that are continued by the harasser, even though the harassed person said that it is inappropriate. What is a harassment contact person? Harassment contact person is a support person whom you can turn to if you feel harassed by someone or if you have witnessed harassment from someone else or to someone else. Harassment contact persons advise and help in sorting out harassment situations. We're there to listen. We can facilitate later on communication between the harassed person and the harasser if it's wanted. Of course, we're not there to do anything if the harassed person doesn't want us to do anything. Help you if you don't know, if you don't find a place to contact, to either tell about the distress or if it's something more serious. We're not authorities, we're just esteemers as well among you. So yeah, we're not the authorities, but we can also help you to find a place to contact. We're there to support those who have encountered harassment, discrimination, bullying, or other unequal treatment. Harassment contact persons don't do follow-ups without the consent of the person asking for help, and all conversations are fully confidential. Why do we do this? For lowering the threshold for reporting harassment, as was mentioned, we have, as the board, experienced and have witnessed situations with harassment, but it hasn't been a topic in ESTIEM before, at least to my knowledge. To also intervene in the harassment situations, harassment happening in ESTIEM in general. Sometimes just talking can help. It can make the harasser understand that what they did was wrong. Sometimes it can also be enough for the harassed person to talk about it, to talk about what happened. And for us to have a safe place together, for us to have fun together in a comfortable, safe environment. So, who are we? I would like to ask Janne and Milutin and Max, stand up. So, we're 4 people in this council meeting. Milutin from LG Belgrade, Max from Eindhoven, Janne from LG Lappeenranta, and me from LG Lappeenranta. We're going to be, at every moment, there will be 2 harassment contact persons responsible, so to say, whom you can approach. These 2 people will stay at least almost entirely sober. 1 or 2 beers can be okay, but like, we're not getting drunk when we're on duty, so to say. Yeah. Today, starting from now, Max and Milutin will be the harassment contact persons for today until tomorrow's miscellaneous. And let's see, here you can see the numbers. And we also got a training from our LG Lappeenranta's mother organization, Harassment Contact Persons. It's a pretty common thing to have in Finnish guilds or student organizations, to have harassment contact persons. We had a training from our guild's harassment contact persons, and yeah, the contact information will be put in the link tree. And yes, we also, if you don't remember our faces, our name tags will have stickers that look like this in the front and in the back. So for you to also notice it. But yeah, thank you.
So we have some time for question for the board and about the harassment contact person. Okay. So we unfortunately don't have too much time for questions, but we moved the code of conduct to later, so you will have later in the afternoon more time to ask questions. Yeah, so just to be sure, and if not, you can also put the questions on pigeonhole. So let's start with the delegate here. She was the first. Wait, Fernando, you have a 2. Is this like a comment?
No, I have one question.
No, I mean in the back.
2.
Is this like a, okay, let us first and then we go.
My name is Елизавета, local group Kyiv, Елизавета Tupotina. I have a question about how to conduct this knowledge to local groups. Do you plan to have some tools to, because it's probably not on the central level can be, but people don't know how to transit this knowledge to members.
Yeah, that's a very important point, and thank you for raising it. Indeed, that is something that we should look into. Right now, the focus was to see what we can do in ESTIEM. We focused on this topic now for the first very weeks, I would say. But what you raise is extremely important, and I think what we can already agree on, that we basically give a sum up of the actions that we take as ESTIEM, also to the local groups. The code of conduct, the presentation will follow later, will also have some details on possible actions, and I think it's important to spread also that knowledge and the awareness for the local groups as well, maybe also with regional coordinators. Thank you for raising the point. Yeah.
Okay, Fernando, you're two. Please make sure that it's not a question, that's not a two, okay?
Fernando Telles, local group Bruxelles. I would just like to comment what you just said. Thank you guys for the job. This topic is very important and sensitive, so I would like to talk now just to comment to the GA room. This is a continuous self-reflection upon yourself. So ask questions to yourself as well. Don't think that everybody can be mean. Yourself sometimes can be rude as well. So I believe that this is more about education, and you should ask yourself questions. Maybe I have made a bad joke, maybe I touched somebody in the wrong way or whatever. And therefore, guys, keep in mind, ask questions first to yourself before judging the others. And that's it for me. Thanks for listening.
There's a two directly next to you. Is it something very different? Yeah, okay. Read it first. Top.
Push it up, wait until it's green.
It takes a while until it turns on. If you push it up and then wait 2 seconds.
All right.
If not, just like fast the question for an action and then we wait until the microphone goes up.
Devo fare LG Laperanta, and my comment regards the wording some of the board members used. I would suggest not using the word victim because it gives power to the aggressor, and to refer to it as the harasser and the person who was harassed, because this brings more attention to what the person did wrong instead of making the person who experienced this into a more negative light. Thank you.
So Edge, then we go over there, and then we go to Marlene.
Ece Sekiner, LG Ankara. So thank you for this initiative, by the way. This is really important. I just want to ask the measurements about the person you choose to be the contact person. Thank you.
So this was done in a very short time span. It means a lot to me, and also because I knew the way that our harassment contact persons work in La Peranta. I was volunteering to be one. We talked about it within the board. Max also agreed that he can be one, so that, well, firstly, we didn't know how many we would be, so that I wouldn't be on duty throughout the whole week, but so we can also switch. Then we in a board call, we thought okay, maybe 2 is not enough, maybe we could have more. And we thought of Janne and Milutin. Janne also, because he's from La Peranta, the procedure, so to say, is also familiar to him. And then Milutin, he's a responsible and approachable person, so this was just, and then we asked if they're okay with it, and yeah.
This is very important, actually. In the back there. And you need to turn it on and then push it up and then wait 1 or 2 seconds until it turns on.
Okay. Hello, I'm Gülce Azmer from local group Ankara Weekend. Thank you for your presentation. I want to ask how we can become the harassment contact person.
That's a good question. I mean, right now it was just, as I said, it was very short time span, and we just thought of people who could also make it to the training we had with the harassment contact person from La Peranta, but you can contact me for anything.
Boris, last question. I'm sorry, we don't have enough time, but we will keep your questions. We have in the afternoon, we have buffer time where you can ask questions. And if not, if it's possible for Pigeonhole, also put it to Pigeonhole. But we will get to your questions later. Boris, you have a two, or is this a question you have?
I have like an opinion on the topic.
Is this a question or a two?
It's not a question.
It's not a question? Okay, then.
Okay. So, Boris Lukovsov here. I want to first thank the board for initiating this. However, I think this issue needs to be solved by ESTIEM as a society, by all of us, students, alumni. And I want to mention that I think the issue is stemming mainly from communication problems and lack of awareness, both cultural and, just basic self-awareness. So my appeal is, since we are consisting of a lot of nationalities, both European and not European, and like the board said, each culture has their own different definitions of what's appropriate and what not. And I think that every one of us can contribute to like having a regular updates on cultural awareness, whether for each culture. So everyone knows what's appropriate for this culture and for that culture. Because in a lot of cases, people do things, but they don't do it on purpose, or they don't know that they're not appropriate. Yes, there might be some cases that are done absolutely intentionally, but I think those are really rare. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. So we need to leave, unfortunately, so we don't have time for questions anymore. So thank you for your time, everyone. But as I said, we will have in the afternoon more question time, okay? Can someone of the organizers come just on stage, explain what we do for lunch break?
Okay, guys, hi. Now we are going for lunch and we are using our shuttles. Now, please hurry up because shuttles is waiting for us. Okay, please hurry up to go to the shuttle.
Let's go.